The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
G'day, and welcome to No White Guild Australia. You've likely noticed that many government and not-for-profit organisations that advocate for the interests of different racial groups in Australia. But there is one group of people that are left without an organisation to represent their wellbeing and interests. Why would this be the case? Well, often we are told that certain historical injustices disqualify white people from ever advocating for their own. Others claim that any defence of white people is motivated by hatred and a desire to do harm to other races. No White Guild Australia rejects these notions. White wellbeing is about love for our people, not the hatred of other races. It is about rejecting white guilt and anti-white narratives that paint our people as uniquely evil and indefensible, and working towards an Australia free of Antiwhiteism. So how do we achieve this? No White Guild Australia employs a method and specific lexicon created by Jason Cooner, outlined in his book Go Free. It teaches us how to effectively identify and combat the various forms of anti-whiteism. We invite all good people to learn this method and take part in this crucial work, which will ultimately benefit all peoples of Australia. Together, we can get this country back on track.
Untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core. You push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze. to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant whores rotten to the core. You push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak, and vile in your ways. The West burns while you bask in the blaze of the chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. At your door, when the echoes of history demand so much more, will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? Your people for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy's shame. You scorch your own future in your poisonous flame. Washing the blades, the blood, the blood.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood
It's exciting as hell to be with everybody on a glorious Sunday gathering. Feature stories today. Product of Antiwhiteism, Colt Gray, waging war on white norms. China's silent war on America, and more, much, much more. Go free lesson of the day. Identifying MPs, anti-whiteism throughout society. Mighty apropos given the Georgia shooting. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. Doctor, you need to eat healthy. Me? Nah, I'm kind of busy. I got a lot going on. I really don't have the time to prepare a lot of healthy food. Doctor, do not disobey me. The last patient who disobeyed me didn't change his diet, and he died. Me? Oh my goodness, how'd he die? Doctor, he was shot to death. Me? That sounds unrelated to his diet. Doctor, I'm the one who shot him. And we are going for that's a doctor you better obey. You better obey that doctor when he gives some advice. He means business. You don't obey, he's coming for you. It is glorious. 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac. What time is it where you are on planet Earth? Because that's the time that we are going free here in service to white well-being. Wonderful to be here with everybody today. Many, many stories to touch upon, to have a look at today. A lot of education there. Whenever to participate, you can tag me as No White Guilt over the course of the gathering. I would like you to do so as I scan around at my mini monitors to make sure, and I don't mean mini as in mini, I mean many, 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 many of them. Please tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see what you have to say. If I don't see it the first or second time or whatever it is, then just keep at it. Maybe try some of the other platforms that I'm streaming on. Tag me as No White Guilt, at symbol No White Guilt, or just on YouTube at least, No White Guilt. And it will change colors, and I will see it. It is glorious. It is 74 degrees in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, Fahrenheit, of course, because that's the only measurement that matters. And it is wonderful. There's a gentle breeze. It's glorious out there. Yesterday, I saw Roadkill. Do you remember Roadkill? I saved Roadkill. Do you remember Roadkill? He was on the exit, and he was lost. He was against the concrete wall there, and he's like, where do I go? Where do I go? And I'm like, the cars are zipping. I'm like, no, I'm not going to let Roadkill be Roadkill. So I stopped, and I'm like, Roadkill. And he's now out there now, and he sees me. He goes by, and he salutes every time he's like, there he goes, the No White Guilt guy. There he goes. I love that guy. And also I saved a crow, a very ill crow. He was vomiting, and he was not good. He was looking very bad. The feathers were messed up, and he even had a little limp. I think that's from old age. But after several days of care, he is back up in the trees. He's looking wonderful, and he's out there now, as a matter of fact, a crow. Have you ever been up close on a crow? Because their eyelids are very strange when they blink. I didn't know this, but he had no choice. He had no choice but to allow me, No White Guilt, to get close to the crow and to say to him, you are going to recover, my friend. I'm going to feed you, and I'm going to nurse you to health again, and you will make it. And he has made it. At least so far. He's up in the trees now. He can fly, and his feathers all look glorious and shiny, and he can even stand now, whereas before he could only squat. So he was not in good shape, but he's much better shape today. So I saw Roadkill, and then the crow is outside. You will tag me as No White Guilt with any questions, comments, or concerns over the course of the gathering, and I will see. You can also financially gift, and all financial gifts are read over the course of the gathering. Entropy is up and running. You can financially gift there. I think we already have one. You can also write in the question widget there a comment. If it's disappearing elsewhere, it will stay there. The live chat on Twitter is up and running, and we have one comment there so far. I can't see it just yet. I got to open it, but it's there, and I know you are there. I'm just going to see you. So hello to you who are watching on the live chat on Twitter, as well as the thread on Twitter. Great to see you over there. Rumble is up and running. No more than $1 financial gift there. D-Live, financial gift there as well. Odyssey, cash currency or cryptocurrency. Cash App is up and running. Subscribestar, I will be checking all of those. And in fact, you know what I just remembered? Last week, I had a cryptocurrency gift, and I will see. I'll take a quick look. So the anonymous, of course, they are anonymous, but I just wanted to mention that because wherever you financially gift, I want to celebrate you even in your anonymity, unless you say, please don't sell it. Please don't tell people about me. I don't want to be known. I just wanted to be my love for my people, my country, the white peoples. I just wanted to be that. But I do want to say a big, let's celebrate. We will celebrate the anonymous. Please get some celebration for our cryptocurrency financial gifter of, let's see, when was that? Last week. Yes, definitely on your feet. Right at the very beginning, we're going to be getting into the news stories, the biggest one in just a moment, but right on your feet. Let's do this for the cryptocurrency financial gifter. I'm glad I remembered. $50 financial gift. And God, the last time we actually got a little cryptocurrency over there on one of the wallets. If you would like to financially gift one of those cryptocurrency wallets, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, and you will click on the financial gift tab. You will see the option for 5 different wallets over there for cryptocurrency, and you can financially gift me there, and I will celebrate you gloriously. We will raise you onto our shoulders, and we will say hallelujah to those who financially gift cryptocurrency. While you're over there, nowhiteguilt.org, you will also see that there is a snail mail address. A snail mail address. That's the Italian that comes out in me. I have all of the white race in this one guy right here. All of it. Northern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, Russia. It's here. It's inside this genetics, the biospirit of one Jason Kunitz here. So every now and again, a little bit of this, a little bit of that comes out. That's how it works. You can click on the financial gift tab over there. You will find that snail mail address as well. You will also see another option. Are you the kind of person who would like a tax deductible financial donation? You would like to make a tax deductible donation? Well, you will see a link over there for the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com. You can financially gift there, and when you do, please say it is for No White Guilt, Jason Kuna, Mr. Handsome, leader, king, emperor of the white race in these here parts of the universe. And, let's just go ahead, all of the universe, right? And then the financial gift will come my way, and you will get a tax break. You can also, wherever you work, they typically have a list of 501c3s so that folks at the end of the year can give a little here, give a little there, get a little tax break. Go ahead and submit the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com so that we can be an option and we can fulfill our destiny to be the biggest motivator. We already are the biggest movers and shakers for the recapture of our destiny, freeing Western kind of anti-whiteism, so that Western kind can recapture its destiny. This is the only thing that's ever been possible. We figured it out. We are the people having the successes. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! With stridulous Kamala in the world, and it is us, though, and we are recapturing our destiny. It's glorious. Look at all the wonderful peoples out there. They're out there. And there is the stuffed animal for roadkill. He is now roadkill in stuffed form, but he is with us, and he will be celebrating as well. I think that covers everything. We got to get into our biggest story today. This is the one that I have been burning to talk. I've been absolutely burning to talk about. Working deeply through the night, lucubrating through the night, to be a little redundant, to talk about WNBA rookie star Angel Reese suffers season-ending wrist injury. I'm kidding. No, we're not going to be talking about WNBA rookie having a season-ending wrist injury. Who gives a shit? Who absolutely gives a shit? But there are some other stories that are just as interesting, maybe a little comical, maybe not quite as boring as a WNBA. Can you believe the rookie has a wrist injury? Oh my Lord. I can't believe it. Some of you out there were like, holy shit, is he really going to talk about that? How much of your news coverage ever begins that way, right? We're going to talk about this. Psych, as they used to say back in the 90s, I guess it was. Psych. How about this? We're going to touch upon a few things. We're going to be getting into our main stories here today. Of course, there are a few. The shooting and Colt Gray, the little psychopathic anti-white. We're going to be getting into that. A lot to talk about, a lot of education here. Proud citizen of Western civilization said, you got me on that one. You got me. I got everybody. You're just the only one brave enough to say it. The great Lucky Thunder Down Under is here. Maryland is here. Reynold White Wolf. Everybody was like, oh shit, really? Like, what could there be in this? The rookie Reese has an injury to her wrist. Ooh, and the WNBA. Ooh. How is it news? It's like your community newspaper. And I don't even mean for like the community as in several subdivisions. I mean like just the subdivision you live in is more interesting. The beaver down by Walker's Way Bridge is building another dam. That's more interesting to me than Reese's wrist injury in the WNBA. All right, but this is great, folks. You know, when they're talking about EBT, first thing you think is white people. White peoples are on it everywhere I goes. I just see white peoples. Now, just as setting aside to get started here, we know there are white people who are wrongly on, and by wrongly, I mean living on social welfare. There are the deserving poor in the world. This is how white people see things until anti-whiteism, and driven, at least in this part, by female nature as well, because once you all got the right to vote, you started like, let's just give everything to everybody. Can we just hand out some lollipops and teddy bears to them? And so they started voting for let them live on welfare. Just let them live on and reproduce and procreate. But white people, normally we say, no, you have your deserving poor, somebody who's fallen upon hard times, something went bad, maybe several things went bad. And since we are loving, caring society, we want to be able to be there with a net to say, there you go. And then they climb out of the net. And then that's how we do it. But no, what's happened now is, of course, anti-whiteism has created a welfare class of human beings, in my opinion, of course, a welfare class, and they just live there, and you have these breed sows, and they're just like, wee, and they out another one, and then and out another one, and out another one, and meanwhile, they're out there like raping, killing, murdering, and living on the welfare and the EBTs. Do you remember it was a couple of years ago when there was a white woman, anti-white white woman, who worked for, and I think it was even in Virginia, somewhere down maybe near Virginia Beach area, Richmond area. And she worked for one of these departments and locations specifically that were distributing and handling EBT cards and clients, I guess you call them. and they were rolling up, and the woman quit. Does anybody else remember this? It was a story for a couple of weeks. She quit, and she like whistle blew. And of course, the anti-white said, well, no, you can't talk about that. That's a contradiction to the anti-white narrative. So what do we call that, folks? People in here who know. What do we call that? And she came out and she said, I drive a Honda and I make like $45,000 a year, which, by the way, is really good money. And they're pulling up in Escalades. They're pulling up in like high dollar automobiles, like near six-figure automobiles. And they're bedecked and bedazzled in the most expensive bags, the most expensive shoes, the most noxious perfumes, and they roll in and they're like, "Where be my money, bitches?" And then this poor little dumb white female, she's got a hand up. There you go. There's some more money. There's some more. Get it up now. Get it up now. I want my money. Don't wait. It's like, when it's reversed, they are the most inconsiderate, not going to help you out, going to drag their feet and don't you dare, like squint your eyes like, you're like kind of too stupid for this and going too slow, because then they'll come unglued. But when they want service, it's the most ruthless thing you can imagine. It's the most like ruthless, tyrannical thing you can imagine. And they're like, gives it up. And she ends up quitting. Do y'all remember that? And she said, I can't take it anymore. They're climbing in the $70,000. That wasn't even, the Escalade was not even, she was saying Escalades. They were Jaguars. You have to go back and find this woman's EBT. So the first thing you think about with all of our interaction with EBT, how many of us, we go to the grocery store, we go to the post office, we go wherever we see the food stamps from the past being used, and now these credit cards, so that it doesn't look like they are living off of you, while like you drag your schlub of an ass up to this conveyor belt where you put your groceries on and you watch like your hours and minutes of work, and they're just like rolling down. You're like, I need those things to be alive. But that's also the hours and minutes and weeks and months of my life going down this thing, and it's all gone. And then they're up front. They're like, cha-ching, cha-ching, living large. And then the cashier's like, you can't really buy that with those things. That's not on the list. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. You can buy it now. We don't want to get beat up. We don't want to get attacked. We don't want to get, and then of course, thrown in jail for not being nice enough to you. We see this all the time. Every single one of us, every single white person out there, and some are not willing to admit it. We've gone to the grocery store, just to stick with that example. We see people paying, and it's not white EBT users. We see those. We don't see as many of those. And given the size of the population of white people, you think you're right. But maybe there just aren't as many living. I don't know. I've seen them. Trust me, I've seen them. And I've been rude to them too. I'm like, you're living on this shit. I can tell. But I don't see them, by the way. I've only seen this happen with non-white EBT users, where they pay and then they go out to their car. And meanwhile, my mother, like when I was younger, my mother's got like this broken down vehicle that we're loading groceries into. And they have a brand new car that they're just climbing in because there's so many of them. They're paying for it. Well, what do we see on the article? Massachusetts welfare recipients are spending EBT on tropical vacations. Well, there's your typical EBT welfare recipient. I think it's a white female. Maybe it's a white male. I don't know. But I mean, there you go with the anti-whiteism. Well, look at the welfare queen right here. Really? Is this what you see when you see welfare queen? Is that what it is? Or is this anti-whiteism? It's anti-whiteism. Massachusetts welfare recipients have been using their EBT cards while on tropical vacations to Hawaii, the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and other trips thousands of miles away from home state, an investigation by the Boston Herald revealed. Well, white people, we're going to get mad whether you're white or non-white, and you're using the sweat and labor of our people, predominantly where we pay the lion's share, it's my opinion, check it out though, of taxation that certainly goes to these things. And of course, it's all for anti-white purposes, anti-white objectives. We're going to be pissed at you no matter what race you are. If I ever, you know, the only way I'm going to get to Hawaii is if I'm going to like stow on a ship with, you know, a bunch of like Mexicans or something who want to try to make it into the country, and I'm going to just make it out to Hawaii. That's the only way I'll ever go to Hawaii, because I only provide massive value for the white population. I'm not some harebrained, hollow-headed twit chick that shows up, or some guy that knows how to peddle in place with his content and then has shit tons of, or how about this? I'm not telling you how awesome China or Russia is, or Israel or Iran. So them dollars and those bot audience viewers are not coming in. They're not rolling in for some strange reason. It's kind of strange. It is kind of, I love how they're, after it's exposed that this whole group of tenant media and everybody brought in are working for Russia. I love how people have gone and then grabbed these outrageous, like pro-Russian statements from them. And it's like, no, okay. Okay, Tim Pool, Ukraine is the enemy of the world. Oh, I now know where that comes from. I now know. Them $100,000 paychecks. That's where that comes from, huh, Timmy Pool? Won't have no white guilt, won't talk to no white guilt, Timmy Pool. I wonder why. Because no white guilt is all about white well-being and not about supporting Putin's regime in Russia. Kind of makes sense now. So here you have it. This is the reality. How much anti-whiteism is in this? Well, you start off with, there's your welfare queen. According to Breitbart, Israel first, Breitbart, there's your welfare queen. And then, of course, we have this welfare system has been absolutely white erased. And people are able to do this everywhere, whether white or non-white. They're able to take money. Folks, they get vacation. They get better vacations than you. But I can tell you this, if I ever make it to Hawaii and I see a person, white or non-white, from the mainland who is paying for things in Hawaii with EBT, I'm going to say something. I'm going to be like, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. Because society is not filling me with money just because my heart beats and I'm an agent of anti-whiteism. There you have it. It's all over the place. What more can you do? But the comedy doesn't end there before we get into our first item. Remember, I want you to tag me as No White Guilt, especially if you have something funny to say about these stories or something. I want to read it because I want to enjoy your comedy as well. So tag me as No White Guilt. But this, of course, is fucking hilarious, especially when you see how many of these good Catholic white brothers and sisters out there continue to browbeat with this notion that Catholicism is going to save us. Oh, really? Catholicism was already defeated by anti-whiteism. It's not special because it was just like everything else, defeated by anti-whiteism. There's a gravitational pull in Catholic. What is Catholicism? It's the people that practice it. And what has happened? You have all of the people are brain poisoned with anti-whiteism, and they compose what is Catholicism. The clergy, the Pope, the cardinals, the diocese. By the way, the diocese up in New York just sold for like $200,000 a like $10 million church Catholic church built by German immigrants with their bare hands, said to have one of the nicest interiors of all religious buildings. I think it's New York. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Said to have one of the nicest interiors, and that Catholic dioceses all over the country, United States, are selling to Muslims these glorious Catholic buildings, even when, like in this case, there is a Catholic group that showed up and said, no, if you're going to sell it for $200,000, we'll definitely buy it. I mean, investors could show up and turn it into anything. It's like a $5 million or more property, but they're going to give it away to Arab Muslims. And then, of course, you have like this article coming out with all of these Catholic groups bringing in the Central and South Americans. But then you have the good Catholics here who have been brain poisoned into believing that it's all the fault of the Jews. And all they can do is talk about the Jewish groups bringing in the non-white anti-whites into the country. They don't want to talk at all about the Catholic groups that are far more numerous. But they're being made to do it, Jay. Don't you understand? They're being made by the Jews. The Jews are making them do it. Oh, I see. Okay. Makes sense. Now I get it. It's all clear now for me. Except this is what your Pope says. Grave sin. And I want our good Catholic brothers and sisters here in service to white well-being, practicing Go Free. Like I said, I've had Catholic, maybe even more Catholics than Protestants reach out, but both have reached out and said the Go Free dialogic, the Go Free practice has enabled me to be a better Catholic than I was before. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? You have these people who are saying they're able to be a better what they were before because it liberates them from anti-whiteism. So they write and they say this. So our good Catholic brothers and sisters out there, can you tell me, isn't grave sin like one of the biggest sins? Isn't that like one of the biggest sins? I mean, you can tell me, right? We're on that level. We're close like that. You can give up one of the Catholic secrets. Pope Francis says refusing to aid migrants is a grave sin. I know, Jason, but you see, he's controlled by the Jews. Vatican City. Pope Francis on Wednesday strongly decried the treatments of migrants crossing the Mediterranean Sea into Europe, saying it was a grave sin not to offer aid to migrant vessels. I don't know why he suddenly has this like shaking thing. That's what the Pope does in my head now. He shakes. He's got a disease. There are those who work systematically with every means to reject migrants, the pontiff said during his weekly general audience at St. Peter's Square, which used to be dignified and wonderful and white, motherfuckers, white. Yes, I'm saying it. It's white. Our country's white. I'm going to talk about a little story about a little bit later. These things are ours. They're great when they're ours. They're great when they reflect us. They're not great because it was something we built. Look at this Catholic church up in New York or whatever it is. Is it still great? Is it still great when Islam pulls up inside that bitch and then sullies all of it with their religion? And then all of a sudden you have like the swineherd call coming from it at dawn. Is that in noon and like 8 times a day? Is it still great? No, it's great because it's white. It ain't great anymore when it's not white, in my opinion. And this, when done with conscience and responsibility, is a grave sin, he said. The pontiff said, you know what I got to say? Fuck you. That's what I got to say to you, Pope. Fuck you. If you're not serving the white race as the head of the Catholic Church, a religion that exists in the way at least it used to exist because white people, then fuck you. You're not the number one talking to God? What? I don't think so, partner. Hell no. You're not listening to God. You have your ear up to a donkey's ass. That's what you got going on. You got confused at somewhere. At some point, you got confused. The Pope is not talking. He's not the number one on earth for Jesus Christ and God. He's just another anti-white motherfucker. And if you're Catholic, you need to know where to put him now. He's not just going wrong. He's not just sinning a little bit. He's not just whatever. No, he's just an anti-white. So, according to the Pope, and this is not the first time he has said this, according to the Pope, if you are not anti-white, then you are committing one of the worst imaginable sins. How do you like that for religious leadership? If you're not anti-white, you are really going to burn in hell, according to the Pope. Well, little Pappy, what about fully auto machine gun fire on those massive rafts that keep coming over? What about that? Because according to our actual spiritual leaders of the white race, that's nirvana. That's heaven. You save our people, you go to heaven. You have the highest seat in heaven. We also have, in just 2 days, a debate that's finally arrived. We've all been waiting for it. Lockie says, the Go Free dialectics have awarded me a lengthier... Oh, God. Many women have noticed. I've been told directly. That's funny. And it resulted in a wrist injury to the rookie in the WNBA. Robin Hood is here. Have we started off with some job? Have we started off pissing off some people? That's how it works. Jason puts the white race, white well-being first. And it just so happens that putting white well-being first in the West, which is ours, is good for everyone who lives here. Everyone. And if you have any doubt, you just see the more anti-white things become, how much worse it gets, not only for white people, but for all of the different races. It gets worse for everybody. Casey is here. Happy birthday. Her little daughter had a birthday. Happy birthday to her little daughter. Daughter of the West. Big salutes. Arden Party is here. Mandy Joe is with us. Corey is here. ACB Slaughtz is here. For white well-being, salute to the No I Get Australian video. Indeed, we got a debate coming up. I'm really looking forward to it. What does Cornyn say about it? Trump should let Harris talk at debate, something she's been reluctant to do. Senator John Cornyn of Texas said on this week's broadcast of Fox News that on Tuesday at the presidential debate, folks, we are 2 days away from President Trump absolutely filleting Swallowa, absolutely filleting her on the stage. Senator Cornyn says, let her talk. She's been reluctant to do so without a teleprompter. God, this could get good. He's going to have to ask questions, though. It's not going to be able to allow it to be like a Dana Bash. He's going to have to make statements that contain questions that impugn her and her objectives and what she really believes in. And then she will have to speak to those statements, i.e. functioning as questions. That will throw her. Because Dana Bash said question and then would give like 3 or 4 multiple choice answers to Kamala, helping her out. She still blew it. So can you imagine Trump? It's going to be so fantastic. I even think what would be good for Trump to do was to give a little laugh here and there. His mic will be off, but it's okay. She'll hear it, and that will really upset her. She was looking for the mics to be on, and she was going to do the sighs, the Al Gore sigh, and she was going to do the "a woman is speaking now" thing to make sure. And many of you ask, like, why does it work for her? The woman is speaking and not for him. Anti-whiteism. That's why it works. If we lived in a white, healthy society, if white norms pervaded our society, then women would not be socially acceptable. It would be considered immoral for a woman to assume a leadership role relative to a man. And all of society, like if she said, "Excuse me, woman talking," all of society would say, "Bitch, shut your mouth. You're out of line. That's immoral. That's unethical. That's not your role." But instead, we have a population brain poisoned by anti-whiteism. And so everyone knows, like I say it, as soon as it comes out of my mouth, you all instantly know. How can that be? Because you are hardware Anti-whiteism is the software operating system in your head. That's how it happens instantly. That you know that she would immediately have a massive audience siding with her. Certainly all of these gynocentric females. I mean, yeah, woman talking. Don't you know how awesome women are? They just lose everywhere to the worst of men who decide to trans into women in everything. STEM classes, sports, Jeopardy, they get beat by these sub men everywhere. But don't you know women are the best? They should be in charge. I'm really looking forward to this. What do you think about what John Cornyn, Representative Cornyn says here? Just let her talk? I don't know about that. She might get a little too relaxed, and she's going to be helped by the moderators. I think that she should be compelled by Donald Trumpian statements that function as questions, to have to speak to things that she's been lying about. And what is the Republican Party saying as we approach this debate? Well, the Cheneys are all saying, we're voting for Kamala. We're voting for, well, what are the conservatives calling her? Communist Kamala or something? Lame. So you've got all of these. You got the Liz Cheneys. You got the Cheneys over there. They're voting for come swallow her because they've always been scum, haven't they? And these were the people that were the defense against our victimization. Can you imagine? Well, what about this? Donald Trump was dragged over the barrel just a couple of weeks ago to say that this is a woman. You should laud her. You should bring her in. You should say that she's going to be on your campaign. Would you remember this? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? She should be on the campaign with you. You should say right now that she's going to be in your cabinet. And he was browbeaten by all these hens, females, browbeaten. You better bring this woman, and probably Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita. You better bring this woman in. And he's like, yeah, okay. She's got some good ideas. Forced to say nice things about this absolute piece of garbage. Forced to say that he'll bring her up into the cabinet, this absolute piece of garbage that did nothing but slander the ever-living shit out of him during the primary. And look, she's slandering him again. Nimrata. If I thought Trump was a great candidate, I wouldn't have run for president. She says, so not only is this garbage swamp Republican like the Cheneys and so many of the others, practically all of them, slandering Trump and really slandering white America. This Indian broad hates white people. She's anti-white. She hates white people. The evidence is galore. We've covered it, in my opinion. Nimrata hates white people. She took down the Confederate flag. End of conversation. After running, saying she wasn't going to do that. Something very important to Southerners. And so then all these white people come out and they're like, okay, if she's going to stand up, she's one of us. I guarantee you, there were guys that said, I don't know about her. She's Indian. I don't know. But then their wives browbeat the ever-living shit out of them. She's just like us. She's a Southerner too. Taking the flag down? Okay. Yes. Yes, Aunt B. Taking the flag down, pulling the statues down. Nimrata. Then, after Trump says something nice about this curry-smelling anti-white bitch, she's out there stabbing him in the back again. He's terrible. Former South Carolina Governor Nimrata on Sunday's broadcast of Face the Nation said if she thought the former Donald Trump was a great candidate, she would not have run for president. Well, how about go to hell? You're not one of us. You're just another anti-white. You are not one of us. You're not going to redefine what the South is by saying it's a rainbow of races and we all can eat chitlins. That's not what the South is, bitch. It's like this moron, this cuck moron on one of my Twitter posts the other day. He writes in, and I was talking about culture and it being what stems from our biosphere. Culture is our instinct on the world. And that's why everybody's is different. And this white moron, this absolute abject white floppy booby shows up and he's like, no, culture is language. It's not race. It's not skin. Oh, really? That's why Haiti is so French. That's why so many non-whites in America are just producing European-style civilizations in their enclaves. Is that it? Guaranteed he's married to a non-white woman, has got non-white kids, and totally anti-white, hating the white race, and wants to say, oh, it's just something you can adopt. Oh, that's what it was. It was one of my tweets about assimilation and how you can only imitate, not assimilate. Actually, it might have been one of the clips that Clips made. What are they saying on the other side of the aisle? Well, it's just saying here, Bernie Sanders says about Kamala today that she's changing her positions to win the election. And yes, he says she's totally far left, as he would put it, that she's totally progressive. So here's a hint, conservatives out there. They like being called progressive and woke. Stop calling them that. Okay. So Bernie's out there saying, heck yeah, she's changing these positions to get elected, but she's hardcore. She's one of us. She's hardcore progressive. Just wait till she gets in. That's what Bernie Sanders is saying. Another piece of interesting news as we march into our main item today, which is this. Accused Georgia school shooter apologized to his mom before allegedly killing 4, prompting her frantic calls to the school. We are talking about Gray and this heinous crime in Georgia the other day. This Asian woman has nothing to do with that. That's just what they do over here on the New York Post. They put videos up. They want you to stick around and have a look at everything that is on their website so that they can go to their donors and say, give us more. We had people stick around. So let's have a look at this absolute monstrous garbage that just murdered a bunch of people. 4 people the other day. Prayers to their families. Samuski, your mirth is infectious. Good to hear. Good to be here in White Wellbeing Church. Amen. It's the best church there is, isn't it? Rowan is here. Slaughtz. Sorry, didn't get me after 2 seconds of thinking on it. Was it the joke at the beginning? Proud citizen. You got me on that one. What was it? Well, oh, the story. That's it. That's what it was. Gotcha. The great Brand Danger is in the house. Samuski saying great tunes. So true. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Lady Anglo. Ardent party. I mentioned you earlier. Hello, hello. Antiwhiteism ends with you. Crows, remember. His descendants will tell tales of 4 generations. Might get gifts too. I have read about studies where one of either thing, mistreating crows, and they will potentially be an ass to you and tell other crows to be an ass to you, however they communicate, and on very rare occasions receive gifts. So I'm definitely into the gift receiving efforts at this point, and so maybe he or she, well, I think it's a he, will, maybe not, I don't know, but we'll see. Maybe more crows will come around to thank me. I don't know. It was, there was effort there. There was an effort. I made him scrambled eggs, ladies and gentlemen. I made the sick wild crow scrambled eggs, the best, the scrambled eggs I myself eat. And I brought them to him on a plate. How often does that happen? Hyperborean Dream is here. So if you could ever get thanked by a crow, this is the time. But I did notice the blinking eyes, very slow in the beginning. He's like this. But now his eyes are like this. It's like normal. He's blinking like normal. There's Yiz, the unifier. Preach, Jason. Preach. Save the crows. You know what's going to happen one of these days? All these animals that I've saved, I'm going to be jumped by like 10 people. And I'm going to give up a valiant fight. I'm going to be, and a couple of them will be maimed for sure. And then before they finish me off, this wildlife will come in and destroy them. We'll just rip the guts from them. Could you see roadkill with them big ass mandibles? Ah! Take giant chunks of flesh out. It would be glorious. There's Ivan, the horrible. Wonderful to see you. Let's talk about Colt. Fitzgerald, Georgia, accused Georgia school shooter Colt Gray apologized to his mom before he allegedly killed 4 people, prompting her to make a desperate call in a bid to stop the tragedy, according to his grandfather and a report. And this is his poor grandfather right here. And what are you all hearing? What are you all hearing as far as why this happened? Well, if you're listening to conservatives, does anybody want to chime in and maybe tell me? Let me know what you are hearing from the conservatives. What are you hearing from the nationalists? What are you hearing? How about the explicit white sympathetics? Usually in these cases, they say nothing. They go real quiet. They're like, don't talk about it. It was a white boy that did this, so don't talk about it. But the conservatives, what are they saying? Really, what I'm saying is 2 things. They're saying, oh, it's just mental illness. And then the abstraction of guns, the abstraction of gun rights, right? Maybe there are some more. Tag me if you have seen any other interpretations, because all of these people we know are wrong. They're wrong. They're wrong. I will debate them all at the same time. I like group things. You can take that any way you like. I will debate them all because they're all wrong. We begin with a family in Georgia, the Gray family, who were all deeply infected with anti-whiteism, self-hatred of themselves, their people, at war with the white race in an attempt to be moral, the only path given to white people. To be moral, to be ethical, to be a good guy, a good girl in the world, you have to be at war with the white race and all of its projections. Things like our norms when it comes to sexuality, our norms when it comes to the ideal of a man, a woman relationship, our norms when it comes to law and order, our norms when it comes to parenting. We can go on and on. What about our norms when it comes to illicit drug use? You see, the mother is a drug user. She pled recently guilty to violence in the house, and fentanyl was found in her car. Well, how do we have fentanyl in this country? Anti-whiteism is bringing it in. This white noir, born in white people of anti-whiteism, causing whites to white flight into everything imaginable. Do you even know a white female under the age of 25 without a tattoo? Do you even know one? I'm not saying they're horrible things, and I know that some people view tattoos as for their artistic, and they appreciate for the artistic quality of it. But the majority are white flighting and trying to mar their white skin. It's obvious. It's obvious. So fentanyl in the country, because anti-whiteism allows it to come into the country to poison the white population, which is the majority of the users. And it's been this way, the majority of the entire time that, and before crack was harming blacks, coke was destroying whites. While crack was harming blacks, coke was harming whites. And they don't care. They're only talk about, the big drug, the drugs that are harming that. Now, the only reason fentanyl is discussed at all, it would be another one of those, well, it's just killing whites, don't talk about it, is because Republicans who want to drag Democrats over the barrel can talk about fentanyl as one of the causes and results of and that, of course, no border at all, which at the same time, Republican politicians are busily telling you, we really don't need a border with Mexico because Mexicans are really Americans. It's Americo now. If it is. This is the only reason we know. So you have anti-whiteism in the gray household. Anti-whiteism causing white noir in the mother and the father, in the child. And every day, anti-whiteism is worse for everyone. It's more poignantly damaging the younger we are, but nonetheless damaging to everyone. So the norm for what a family is supposed to look like and structure and work like for white people has been white erased. The woman now has been given powers far beyond what God or nature or both gave her, far beyond any sort of equality. Females absolutely dominate the legal, the social, etc., and now the economic rungs of society vis-a-vis males, absolutely wrecking the family structure. What about the norms of how a father or how a husband treats a wife, and how a wife treats a husband, and how they are meant to interact? Norms that were established over millennia of trial and error. And think about where we could be now without anti-whiteism and this peer-to-peer communication, how much ground we could cover in perfecting the Western family. Because all of those things that are our norms that work well could be communicated and would be communicated to all of us. But instead, that has all been declared evil. The new family structure is that the white father is scum. He has no value. His life is meaningless. He's fungible. He can be replaced with just any other penis in the land. It doesn't matter whether he gave birth to the child or not. He could just be replaced tomorrow. And the courts, everything is set up. Society is set up to just absolutely, yes, get rid of that dog. That's the female doesn't matter. The new norm for the female doesn't matter how psychopathic, selfish, solipsistic, none of that matters, because she's in charge. She's super special. She's all that matters. He's got to serve her. This is the new norm given us by anti-white. What kind of families does this create? You peer into a consequence like Colt heading into a school and gunning down people, and then you want to take this superficial examination. Mental illness. We'll get to mental illness in a moment. This is why we need a white positive ADL, and I need to be in charge of it, and I will hire all of the right people to be in charge. We need millions of dollars, just like all of the other such entities need to function like that. We need millions of dollars, and we can change the world, though. It's not going to be like Israel First Breitbart or New York Post or anywhere they bring in shit tons of money, or webzines that are explicit in their concern for white people who consume hundreds and hundreds and millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And the consequence, what good are they doing? They might have wonderful journalism, wonderful research, very bright people, very nice people. All of that can be true. And all of that in many cases is true. Hats off to all of those people. But if we are in this to recapture our destiny, to put an end to this sort of victimization, to put an end to the sullying and marring of all of our traditions and our physical selves, if that's what we're actually in this for, then we have to say, what is the fucking outcome? Have they stopped any of it? Has any of it gotten better? Or has all of it gotten worse? Well, I think you can all see very clearly that all of it has gotten worse. We have a seemingly proliferating like poison ivy everywhere you look. These rhetorical prostitutes, male and female, they show up And in fact, ForNull, we're going to be talking to him a little bit later in a swash through. He wrote a great article. They show up everywhere. They're so smart. They are just playing educated, and they're playing keeping you in their audience so that they can have the aggrandizement, the money, the amount of money spent on all of these folks out there is astronomical, and they're doing zero good. God bless them. God bless them. I swear, God bless them. They're doing zero good. Every day is worse than before. So whatever they're doing is shit. I mean, sake. If you are, let's open your eyes, white population. If you're in charge of a factory, if you are the one at the assembly line, you're the foreman, and you're putting these different machines in place to get the car to pop out the end, and no cars are popping out. Cars never pop out. And in fact, as you look back through time, you were closer to a car further in the past than you are today. Now you're just pushing out like minerals onto the floor. It's time to trade up. It's time to get out of the nonsense. It's time to stop giving your time to webzines. It's time to stop giving your time to the foolishness of rhetorical prostitutes and their high school tier history lessons. It's time to stop all of that, or it'll be too late. It'll be too fucking late. So here you have the family totally, and I'm just scratching the surface. Then a little boy comes into the world. Colt Gray comes into the world, into the midst of this wildly dysfunctional anti-whiteism. Between the father, I think it's Colin, I don't know the wife's name, maybe it says in this article. And what are they rearing him up at? Well, they've been taught to just turn him over to the television, anti-whites, to the movies, anti-whites, to video games, anti-whites, to music, anti-whites, to the schools, anti-whites. And the first thing he learns is that as a white male, he is garbage. Every other race can be celebrated. Every other race is wonderful. Every other race is unique. Every other race is worthy of giving special awards to, as well as awards that the general population can earn. Every other race is great. The white race, evil. The white race, always done wrong. The white race, you need to make amends for. Unless you can jump into one of these so-called victim groups. You can white flight your way into one of what are really a privileged group. So, ignoring the son, typical white parents today, turning the children over to the anti-whites, ignoring him, and he's getting all of his education. And on top of that, he's being poisoned. He's poisoned with the food. He's poisoned with this. Did you see the recent news about Skittles? He's poisoned with it, and we can go on and on. Poisoned by the shots, poisoned by the Tylenol. Was the wife on Tylenol, and was she painting her fingernails and toenails with abject poisons beyond imagination, injurious poisons seeping into her system while a baby was being assembled inside of her? And did this alter his chemistry in some way? We can look out at the world and we can see how easy it is to break human sexuality. This is not something that's hard to do. Obviously, you can there was a study just released where they were observing male birds, a specific type of bird, that were nesting together and screwing each other. No babies, of course, no eggs. And then they go and they test them, and they're like, holy shit, they're full of all of this runoff that human beings are also consuming in massive doses. Not something difficult to break. So he comes up into the world, and maybe he's got genuine attractions. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just sees, I can white flight into that. Maybe he's otherwise harmed by poisons and the poison of the mind of anti-whiteism that has so stunted and crippled and made him self-hating that he has no urges, but he sees physical urges, but he sees an opportunity to maybe white flight away from some of the condemnation into homosexuality and into transgenderism. Who knows? At some level, we see what I predict to be, and in my opinion is, injury based in anti-whiteism on numerous levels, from parents, from gestation to infant, medicines, foods, anti-white psychological warfare, and then gives you a 14-year-old anti-white Colt Gray at war with himself, with his white identity, with the Western world at large, because whatever of it is left is that which he has been taught is the evil of the world, and the only way he can be good is to wage war on it. So he's in school, and he is having problems. He is he's claims to be bullied. This is another thing you hear from the conservatives out there, conservative content creators. They're like, well, he was bullied. He was bullied, and that's why he shot her. But now they're going to take our guns. Why would you take the line of the anti-white terrorist Colt? Why would you take what his claim was as gospel and run with that? I don't give a shit what an anti-white terrorist claims was happening to him. I don't give a shit. So he's a problem at school. And of course, since he can't get along, he has to be moved from one. Did you know that? He was already moved from one school to another because he was disruptive. Moved from one school to the next and saying, well, they are bullying me because he's gay, because he's homo, because he's attracted to other little boys. And society at large oppresses the transgender community. So he's got like this moral mission against Western kind, Western civilization, our norms. According to our norms, there is no becoming something other than you are. You just have to grow to accept whatever you are, whatever nature, whatever, etc. You have to accept. That's our norm. This transgender idea is war on our norm. So he's at war. Now, was he actually bullied? Well, he was in 2 schools from what I've seen so far that had a lot of non-white students. Now, white little boys and white teenage boys are absolutely not allowed to bully anybody for they could bully somebody maybe who goes to school with an American flag, such as the Stars and Stripes or Confederate flag. They could bully those people. That would be fine. But you can't bully anti-whiteism if you're white. So being attracted to other little boys as an identity, not just something like we say here, that you could have an attraction and still accept the ideal in the West of what a relationship is. Still say that's the ideal. And for whatever reason, I'm having an attraction that falls short of it. And then we as moral and forgiving and caring and understanding people can say, okay, you fall short of I fall short of the ideals in other ways, our ideals in other ways. Okay. We can say that because we're moral, we're good people, we're understanding people. No. White kids weren't bullying him if he had any bullying. It was the non-white boys, in my opinion, that were allowed to bully him. In my opinion, I wasn't there. I'm not one of their school security guys or anything, teacher or football coach that was gunned down. I'm not one of them. But in my opinion, the only little boys that would be allowed to bully him would be the non-white ones, because then, you have like this social morality question. They're bullying him for being attracted to other little boys, but they're non-white. Knock it off. And that's the outcome. Knock it off. Can't really punish either. Knock it off. Just split them up. That is the energy that is brought to that type of conflict. This moral conflict, social morality conflict. Rather than if a white young man was doing it to him, it would be to the principal's office, talk about expulsion, bringing the teachers in, talk about emotional counseling, bringing a police officer in to tell him how he is abridging the human rights of Colt Gray, when he mocks his attraction, or probably more likely, if he's waddling around school in a specific way to stand out as an antithesis. And we've all saw this in schooling when we were in school. Somebody behaving in a specific way to be the antithesis to the West on purpose and receiving attention by way of bullying that they otherwise would not get. So they want the attention. Psychologists know this. Sociologists know this. Wise people know this. Sapiens know this. Wise people know this. Reality. So the kid is at school, the 14-year-old anti-white terrorist at war with Western civilization decides, well, he's just going to kill them all. He's just going to go access a firearm and kill as many people as he can at the school. So he reaches out to the mother with a text message. Sorry, Mom. And we have the question of the mental health issue. Now, is Colt crazy? Maybe. But is the issue a mental health issue? No. The issue is an anti-whiteism issue. Why did we have a deinstitutionalized movement, 2 of them, in the United States? What was argued? Does anybody remember? What did the anti-whites argue about the institutionalization of the mentally ill? That our norm, which of course, when our sciences were attempting to address psychosis and how best to deal with it, made errors. Of course, that's what anti-whiteism wants to highlight. That's what they want to throw into your face. Look at your error. The human machine, the human animal, gets to the right answer by getting through the wrong answers. So when they came and they said, well, look, they were mistreated here or they were mistreated there. Look at this barbaric idea. Yet the same barbaric ideas were used on our leaders. Things like bloodletting. That was used on George Washington. So they came to us with these anti-white arguments and they said, no, these people need to be in your society. They knew how ape shit some of them were. They knew how out of control some of them were, and they wanted them on our streets. That's why unhinged people have nowhere to go now. That's why they're taken to the jail when they're really losing it out in the streets. They're put into a cell, they calm down, and then they take them home. They set them loose right outside the jails. I know that for a fact. So it's not we just have to address this superficial and ultimately abstraction about remedying the problem. It's a mental health issue. No, it's a anti-white issue. We have to stop entertaining anywhere or tolerating the entertaining of these superficial descriptions and explanations of what is going on and what is wrong in our world, because they have been arguing the superficial since 1970 with regard to mental health, maybe even earlier. But they've been arguing the superficial at least since then. Has the mental health issue gotten better? No, we have to say anti-whites want people who are crazy as all hell in our streets, because that is injury to our norm and therefore injury to white people. That gratifies them. They don't need any more. Do you understand? They don't need any more of an objective to do that. And then, but Jason, is there a confluence of agendas here and there? Of course. When the anti-whites say, I want to cause injury to Western civilization by freeing the crazy people. And let me just as an aside, let me just say this. For those who think anti-whites wouldn't do it to injure us, would you, if you could, China is a major enemy of the United States. They are preparing for physical warfare with the United States. In my opinion, and read about it for yourself, plenty of people who focus on this. So in fact, I think Biden even said something recently about it. Check it out for yourself. China is an enemy of the United States. If you could, would you get all of the crazy people off of their streets and into institutions where they won't undermine the functioning of China? Or would you outlaw mental institutions in China so that all of their insane people of various degrees are on the streets and interrupting and breaking the machinery of China? So, was this done by anti-whites in the West? Yeah. Yes, to victimize us. And then to go back to my point, is there a confluence? Of course. Did people in the drug industry say, well, if they're on the streets, I can sell them more drugs than maybe in the institution? Although that's questionable. You might be able to sell them more drugs in the institution, force the taxpayers to pay for it when these people are institutionalized. It's arguable, but you could still at least make the case that drug companies, that they thought people working for drug companies thought to themselves, maybe we can make more money if they're not in the institutions. Or probably what really happened was people who are capitalist minded saw what anti-whites did to these mental institutions and then made money off it. That's more like it. That's more like reality. But a cuck in the conservative realm won't want to say that, because they're going to feel mighty immoral standing up for white people and against anti-whiteism, which should tell them everything they need to know about what's actually happening. You notice when they decide that they're going to object to curtailment of freedom of speech or to the right to self-defense, they don't suddenly feel weird about the institutionalization, deinstitutionalization of the insane. Well, why would that be? Because that's not actually what's the point. That's not actually what's wrong. You feel immoral when you stand up for white people against insane people being in our streets. That should be a tip, you dim-witted shits. In an exclusive interview with the Post Saturday, Charles Palamas said his daughter, Marcy is her name, was visiting him at his home in Fitzgerald, Georgia, when Colt sent her a haunting text Wednesday morning. "I'm sorry, Mom," is all that the little anti-white terrorist wrote. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt if you have something to say, a point you want to add, whatever it might be. Marcy, 43, desperately called Appalachia High School and warned a counselor of an extreme emergency, a relative told the Washington Post. "I was the one that notified the school counselor at the high school. I told them it was an extreme emergency and for them to go immediately and find my son to check on him." After getting Colt's text, Marcy rushed into her car to head to Winder, about 3 hours away, and heard halfway there that 2 students and 2 teachers were killed. Palamas, 81, told the Post Marcy Gray appeared devastated carrying pillows into the father's home. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible, Marcy told the Post. And there is the normal functioning anti-white terrorist An administrator was searching for Colt and went to his classroom minutes before the schooling unfolded or shooting. But he was there. Wasn't there. Instead, the administrator with the backpack of another kid with a similar name, who also was out of the room. The outlet report. What is wrong with the New York Post? That's absolutely. Look at that. Instead, the administrator with the backpack of another kid with a similar name, who also was out of the room, the outlet reported. This state. So isn't that something? So the fentanyl using, physical abusing mother calls the school and says, go get my son. Something is extreme emergency. And they were on it. And this still happened. The stage for the violence was set long ago. Palma said, slamming Colt's dad, Colin, as evil and claiming Colin Gray got Marcy addicted to drugs, ruining the family. Collie Gray did this to his family, and he will rot in hell for it. Palma said outside his home, he needs the death penalty. He is probably one of the worst narcissists in the world. An attorney representing Colin could not be reached. So there you have what could have been a happy family building happy memories if the norms of the West had not been white erased, if anti-whiteism wasn't poisoning their brains, if the border was enforced and fentanyl pushers were gutted in front of the public, if China and Mexico were bombed for pushing fentanyl into the United States, this right here would have been a completely different story. Colt and Colin, and of course the father is charged, and he should be charged. The FBI went to their house in early 2023 and told Colin, your son Colt is on whatever platforms, and he is saying he's going to shoot up the kids at his school. He's going to kill the kids at his school. And the father, there's actual audio of this. The father's like, God, if he did that, and then I'm going to take the guns out of this here house. Instead, the father, months later, gave Colt an AR-15 as a gift. This is the permissiveness. This is of anti-whiteism, what is done to the norm of parenting. Oh, will you be good if I give you an AR-15? That's how that interaction took place. So, yes, if they're found guilty, execute them both. Although the former Marine doesn't excuse his grandson's violence, he said Colt was driven to it because of his father. He was a good kid turned bad in a bad situation. And he's probably honest here, and he probably had an accurate assessment. Granddad, since you have two shitty parents, probably watched Colt a lot. And when Colt was a little boy, he was probably as normal as you could get, given the poisons, the drugs, and then the water, and then everything. Given the poisons, and then saw the poisons and more poignantly, the most powerful poison, anti-whiteism, psychological warfare, transmute Colt into this anti-white terroristic beast. Colin regularly screamed at Marcy and the kids, he claimed. So now you'll see, conservatives especially female conservative content creators, they'll be out there and they'll be saying it's because the man was abusive. Doesn't matter that the female was also abusive. Doesn't matter that she had to plead guilty to abuse. Doesn't matter that she's a drug user as well. It's just the white man lost the house, lost the job. I wonder about losing the job. Did anti-whiteism play a role in that? How much of anti-whiteism in the lives of the parents and their effort to make a living, to be able to have health insurance, to pay their bills, how hard did anti-whiteism make it on them that also negatively influenced everything else in the home? You're a white guy, you're not getting a raise because you're white. You're not getting the promotion because you're white. Hard to get the job because you're white. Hard to get a job because you're white. Marcy has a rap sheet that stretches back 2 decades, the mother. And of course, her father is going to say, oh, that guy made her go bad. Drug possession, aggravated battery, theft, criminal trespass. Wow. She threatened to kill herself. So there you see it on display. The truth of what really is causing all of this. And if you have the mind to be able to put it together, and of course the Knights of the White Table do, you'll be able to see this for what it is. You'll be able to interact with others and help them to see all of these things for what they are. Not this superficial, 2-bit, half-ass, perfunctory takes, or of even worse, where you have the absolutely ridiculous people out there, conspiracy theorists, claiming that, oh, well, this is just for Trump's getting into office. They just want to make a bunch of shootings go on to undermine Trump. Shut up. Shut up. It's all anti-whiteism. Let's take a look at a conservative's take. By the way, this guy has like 100,000 followers on Instagram. We're going to get his take. At the very end, he's going in the right direction. He's still not there because he's not listening to yours truly. He needs to, but he would never, because he's going to look at my sub count on Instagram and his sub count on his, and who knows how big his accounts are elsewhere. He's just a typical obese. He's probably a great guy. I'm not saying I'm probably a great guy, probably a patriotic guy, but he also has to appreciate where I'm coming from. That I'm spitting reality, that when people take these tools, they win in life. When people use these tools, when they use the Go Free dialogic, we can put the fires out on the ship. We're all on a ship in the middle of the Pacific that's sinking. And so few of us will use the fucking tools that we've created here. So I'm a little impatient. The water's rising and it's full of sharks out there. And if you all won't take the tools that we've created here that put the fire out, but you just keep using the same old methods that, if anything, fan the flames of the ship, then I'm going to end up in the water because you are a fucking TARDIS. You are an absolute anal polyp TARDIS. So I get a little impatient. That Jason guy is arrogant. Yes, I fucking am. Because I'm right. With facts. Slaughtz pointing out here, the great Slaughtz pointing out, the ant-nats, the And the Ant-Nats would call the mom a snitch. Yeah, they would. Because they're just so many of the antique nationalists, that's what it is, folks, if you don't know what that means. So many of them, such a high percentage of the population in the Ant-Nat circles are literally either in jail, have been in jail, or are going to jail. So yeah, the snitch would come to mind. She absolutely should. I guarantee you also, Slaughtz, you're right about that. I guarantee you also, there'll be scum in those circles who would say, well, so what? You know, didn't he kill 2 non-white kids? That's what they would say. Ardent Party is here. Oh, the story I covered today had nothing about motive. Maybe you said something a little bit further up the... I'll take a look back. It's great to see everybody. Make sure you share. Brian is here. Lady Anglo. Proud citizen. I've seen videos indicating the reason he did it was because he was outed as being gay and bullied as a result. But I'm taking that with a grain of salt. Yeah. I mean, I just like perfectly explained how this whole thing happened. I am like God compared to so many of the content creators. I'm absolutely like God. They will take these absolute mid-wit takes and they will go before a massive audience and they'll say, you know what it was? This is what it is. And then all of these like beige moms, all these white women out there, all these freaks, and beige fathers who, these white people spray painting everything beige, they will absolutely take that as gospel fact. That's what it is, and not think another thing about it. And that's what their parents thought. That's what their parents thought. That's what their parents thought. Jason yells. I don't want to listen to somebody who yells. He gets like all mad. Why does he get so mad? The other people are like really, really dumb and goofy like me, and they're quiet. And I like that. Yeah. I like when they chew on like hayseed and they're like, yeah, this is weird. And I totally vibe with that. I totally do. Jason's like passionate. You got all of these MAGA women out there. They come upon my Twitter account and they're like, what, he cares about white people? No. But every single goddamn account that says veteran or Army or Marine or Navy or whatever, they're like, follow, especially if he is a little good looking. And then they're like, absolutely, as they get out their Keurig level of filters to take more of their pictures, where they're like, I just want to show you a cake that I've made, and here are my jugs right over my cake. Can you see that? Can you see my jugs? I really wanted it. The cake is like barely visible at the bottom of the photo, and it's like 2/3 jugs. Can you see my cake? This is where we are. So you see, we need me to be at the head of the church. I need to be the Pope of the white race. Obvious. It's obviously the case that I need to, with all of our tours de force for so long, and with so many of these content creators and the population of the white race being neotenous, they're all like children. They never grow up. Clearly, I need to be the Pope of the white race. There I am. The pontiff has arrived. You know, and my Pope mobile would be something getting jacked up. It would be jacked up like fucking Bigfoot. That would be my Pope mobile. It was, some days it would be like Bigfoot, and then some days it would be like a drag racer, like a funny car, and it'd be like fire shooting out of the exhaust. Here comes the Pope mobile. Oh, not your Pope. The white racist Pope. Ah! Damn right. Clearly, that's what's needed. So let's listen to this conservative guy who, as I say, might be a great guy, wonderful guy. You know, he'll be real wonderful. I'll believe in him if he decides to share us. But if he doesn't, at least he's at the very end, you'll see he's kind of beginning to go into the right direction. Let's hear what he has to say.
Look, I don't like getting on social media and having to talk about tragedies right after they happen. The families deserve better.
Okay. First of all, fuck that. We need to get out there first. This like virtue of ours, like, well, the families, they just had people die, and so we can't talk about it, while the anti-whites are over there running their mouths and their forked tongues. Just you're over there saying it's immoral for me to talk about. No, that this kind of attitude is if everybody's white. If everybody is white, then you don't. Yeah, we don't do that. But everybody's not white, are they? In fact, there are some groups of people who aren't white that their mouths don't stop going. Their mouths, and it's a benefit. I'm not criticizing. It's a benefit to them. So we have to train ours to always run. You know, if I got to go around and smack each white person in the cocksucker, sorry for my language, but sometimes the Pope of the white race has to talk this way.
But when your government and politicians get on and use it as an opportunity to push gun control right after it happens every fucking time.
Oh, wait, he's going to use the F word a couple times.
Somebody has to speak up.
Okay.
If these motherfuckers really cared about kids, they wouldn't have allowed.
Lame. Yeah. I forgot about where he said, if you care about this conservative argument, he doesn't say it, but they do so often. Like, if they really cared about kids, then they wouldn't be doing this to black kids, would they? They wouldn't be doing that to Hispanic kids, would they? When you're like, what about white kids? What about white little children? What about them? Well, I'm a cock, and we're golly. Where's my hayseed, Andy? I can walk golly. I'm a cock. I can't say anything about white people. It'd be immoral.
700,000 of them to be aborted last year.
Oh, okay. That's where it came back to mind partially. He's talking about the abortions. Yeah, white race, there isn't going to be a time where everybody is going to be for total banning of all abortions. You have to wait until we have an all-white country, and then maybe you can have zero circumstance, father banging his daughter and pushing out children. You could have zero abortions in that town or wherever it is, and just make the women have to live with that, make the families have to suffer that, make the community have to suffer with the psycho children born of those relationships. Fine. But this whole thing about no, we can't support anything unless it's zero abortions. You're going to find yourself in hell. They show up and they're like, talk about dumbass people. I'm trying to offend everybody today, but I want to save the white race. Talk about dumbass people. They show up and they're like, okay, yeah, okay, that sounds okay. That sounds okay. Yeah, you know what? My whole neighborhood, yes. My town, they're ruining everything, yes. Yeah, but wait a second. I'm with you. But wait, what about the abortion thing? Oh, you're not going to have a 100% ban in all circumstances? Well, then I'm leaving. Then leave. Because look at where that has gotten us. Go ahead with the sectarianizing, and we're going to have a bottleneck. You just won't make it through. You'll just be eaten alive by this anti-white dystopian hell that you were just very happy to flee from and full agreement with us until you got to the one sticking point.
If they really cared about kids, they wouldn't allow 300, 400,000 of them to disappear at our border.
Okay, so that's sort of the abortion is kind of like a reference to blacks, because conservatives talk about that. It's sort of like, when you begin saying a sentence, if you say it enough, you can shorten it, and then everybody knows what you're saying. Same thing. When conservatives talk about abortion, they're talking about black babies. Almost, 99% of the time. When they finish the sentence, it's black babies. When they talk about kids going missing at the border, when you let them finish the sentence, it's brown babies, never white babies. So there you have the two statements. Now, of course, he has this plausible deniability where he could say, well, all kids. Not probably wouldn't say white kids. I'd like to think better of him, but just from my experience, I really can't.
Last year, if they really cared about kids, they would ban all the GMOs and all the bullshit ultra-processed foods that they're allowing our kids to eat.
Okay, now I agree with that. I agree. More power to you. High five. Ban all this shit. Ban it, but go further than that. Execute the capitalists that have been pushing all this garbage because they're guilty of it. So if I were in charge, if I were tyrant in charge, I would say find out everybody in charge of all these food companies and the drug companies that clearly are aware of what they're doing. And then let's have a trial, present the evidence that they are aware. And then if they're found to be aware of the harm they're causing, we kill them. That's what white people do.
They don't give a fuck about our kids. Has nothing to do with that. They want to take our guns. Because when the rest...
That's what they're after. They're just after our gun. Don't you know they're coming for the gun? They're just here for my guns. Listen, fatso. And he kind of gets right in the right direction. I'd love this guy to really go the right. Honestly, I would love for him to start talking about the right to self-defense to his 100,000 followers or whatever it is. I'd love that. And he's almost there at the end. You'll see. But this is clouding. They don't give a shit about your guns. They don't give a shit about guns. They want to take your right to self-defense. If lasers exist, laser guns existed, that when you held them, they created a force field that prevented flying lead from going through, then a laser gun would be the tool of self-defense. And they wouldn't care about your antique firearms. They would care about your laser guns. That's what they would be taking away. If we didn't have the current firearms and we had crossbows was the main source of self-defense, they would be saying, we got to take away the crossbows. So what are they really after? Your right to self-defense. Stop talking about gun rights. Stop talking about, God's sake. I don't think it was this guy. It was a different conservative content creator I saw. And maybe this guy says it too. That guy said, they just want gun control. They just want gun control. Why? Because you want guns out of control? Because you want guns controlless? Because you want, where is a shovel to cave your head in metaphorically with a brilliant argument?
The rest of you motherfuckers realize that they're tyrannical and want to stand up. They don't want us to be able to defend ourselves.
And there you have the cowardly until you understand and stand up. Yeah, that never happens. Never happens. When I got in this decades ago, old guys or adults then saying the same shit, want to stand up when they are dead now. Dead. They're in old folks' homes, enfeebled, having non-white nurses feed catheters up their penises. So let's knock off this, I'm tough. Look, I got a stars and stripes on the wall. I can say F word over and over. No, get to doing something real now.
That's what it's all about. Look, I don't like getting on social media and having to talk about...
Did I miss it? At the end, at the very end, he says something about they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves. So you see how close he is there to being able to just cross over to something productive. They are after our right to self-defense, the white race's right to self-defense. They're after our right to self-defense. If there was a way that they could take away the right to self-defense for white people, make an argument, but not take it away for non-white people, they would. And in fact, I can make this prediction. In fact, there are probably places on planet Earth where there are waivers for non-white people, where guns are for right to self-defense has been taken away, but non-white people get waivers to get access to firearms. You can, as I say it, you're going, oh God, they would do that. They would do that. You know it's true because we are the target. But the bottom line is out there for good non-white people of all races and religions out there, law-abiding, contributing to our Western countries that you have made also your country. You know what I'm saying is true. When they take the white man's right to self-defense away, they take yours away. That's why white well-being benefits everyone. We're about 40 minutes outside of the great swash through of ForNull. And I want to see what you're saying. We're going to be moving on to our next item, which is China is abusing the freedoms allowed in the U.S. to run massive propaganda operation. I'm not a fan of the communist Chinese government. I've met splendid Chinese people in the United States, Chinese descended, originating fresh off the boat. I've met nice people. I've also met total jackasses, anti-white as all hell. So they're just like every other group, but their government is evil, anti-white, want to destroy Western civilization. And to do that, you have to destroy the white race. And just like the anti-white oligarchs in Russia, doing the same thing. Love the Russian people, our brothers and sisters who are white. They're white, or at least the white people in Russia, because we know there are citizens of other races in Russia as well. So I should say maybe the white people that create Russia, but that Putin oligarchy and his friends, anti-white. Those oligarchs, anti-white, just like the anti-whites everywhere else. They're not going to benefit us in any way, shape, or form. So we'll get into that. I want to just take a quick look for any tags. Tag me as No White Guild. No White Guild. We have that item, and we also have an item, another one from Instagram. What is this one about now? Okay. Yes, about pilots. Interesting. It's kind of old news, but there's some new news to tack onto it. We'll talk about it. We have Chip Roy, Representative Chip Roy, talking about the Biden-Harris border invasion transforming America. An absolutely insane thing that when I really sit back and I think, like, how could this be? How could this actually be happening? It's really stupefying. It's really stupefying that a race could watch on and would preoccupy themselves with trivialities like conservative takes or basic bitch nationalist takes that go nowhere, just complaints that go nowhere, while this actual invasion and conquering of their country and eradication of all of the norms and everything is taking place. And they're not out there seeking, searching, and finding the strategies. Here you have it, that work to push back on what's happening. So we will get to that. Just a quick peek around. I guess I'll just look at YouTube on this glorious day in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. All right. Looking for tags. Otherwise, it's great to see everybody here. Thank you to those who are sharing the stream on any or all of the platforms. And go to hell, those who have not given a like and shared the stream. So if you're sitting there and you're thinking, I didn't give it a like, I didn't give it a share, just know that I'm saying go to hell. It's not facetious. I'm not joking. I've worked for decades of my life. I work my ass off. I have given up so much in my life to be able to do this for you, for white well-being. And if you're not sharing, if you're not giving a like, then I honestly mean go to hell. This is the time to do what needs to be done, because there ain't going to be a tomorrow. June is with us. Great to see you. Proud citizen. Oh, that was saying your energy is infectious. And then was there a follow-up? No, this is anti-whiteism ends with you. It's a 2 of 2. I got to find the 1 of 2. Slaughtz says, died before they would die for rights, in quotes. The wrong focus, it's white well-being. Yeah, precisely. If that's a follow-up, I got to find it, but I agree with that. Pike says, not just a right, but moreover a duty to self-defense. Defense of our loved ones and defense of the white race. Amen to that. Absolute duty. It is our absolute duty. All right. Any other? I see the 2 of 2. We should popularize personal protection. Maybe makes it part of the lexicon or meme curative. Maybe so. That's a good thought. Maybe so. Thank you for that. Is that Teresa? Hello and welcome. Jay Bishop, Cindy Ben, SN. The house is filling up with heroes. Hyperborean Dream, Marlene Stewart. Jason's mean. That guy's mean. He actually told his audience to go to hell. Why? That's why I don't watch him. I'm immediately going to click over to this girl gorging herself on carbohydrates. I'm going to watch that instead. Good. Thank you for leaving. Let's see. China. Are there any China songs I could sing for you? It's hard to imagine that any country could be so foolish as to allow a dangerous adversary to set up. And by the way, Chinese people, spies, were getting caught. And remember, look into it for yourself, because maybe I'm wrong. Chinese people were getting caught spying on America all the way back in the 40s. We have almost 100 years of catching their spies at our universities, walking through our factories with like glue on the bottoms of their shoes so that they could pick up the shavings to mail them back so they could try to figure out what our alloys were composed of. China has always been an enemy. It has never been an ally. And this idea of like Chinese New Year in America, no, you could do Chinese New Year in your Chinese neighborhood. Like if you have Chinese Chinatown, you have a Chinese enclave. Meanwhile, the Chinese, let us not forget, we're enslaved white people. But the school children don't know this. White school children are Asian children of any Asian heritage are not taught that Asian people enslaved white people. And now Asian people owe white people for doing this. No, they're not taught that, are they? Happened. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I know the anti-whites are ears at the door, but check it out for yourself. China's never been a friend. Never been a friend. And so if they want to have Chinese New Year in Chinatown, or they build an enclave somewhere and in a community, they want to have Chinatown in the community center, in a Chinese New Year in the community center, Chinese festival at a Chinese church, more power to you. Not the public square. Those are ours. Welcome to America. Thank you. Welcome to Canada. Thank you. It's not welcome to put your shit up in our public squares. This is the West. Could you imagine? I go to China and I'm like, I'm putting up this new Western holiday, this pro-Westman holiday right in Tiananmen Square. You know what they would do to me. So being caught spying on this country forever. Again, check it out for yourself in case I'm wrong. But here they're saying, allow dangerous adversary. So it's hard to imagine any country. Now, any country could be so foolish. Is it a country that's foolish? Is it the United States that's foolish? Is that really what's going on? No, it's not some lack of wits. It's not some, unless metaphorically you want to say it's some stupefaction. It's anti-whiteism. It's the selfish individualism. Anti-whiteism has created an environment that says to adversaries who are working on plans to destroy the West, again, in my opinion, that says, come on in. Freedom of speech for you. And what isn't that interesting too? This abstraction of freedom of speech, when it's not something that we own, that is ours, that is one of our norms, that applies to us, when it becomes just this abstraction, then it applies to everybody. And it's this crazy idea that you've got to let anyone speak. Absolutely not. Chinese nationals, shut the fuck up in America. Shut up. No free speech for you. Anti-whites, no free speech for you. Why would Chinese nationals hostile to the United States, and I'm not saying that all Chinese nationals are hostile to the United States, I'm talking about Chinese nationals that are hostile to the United States, why would they be allowed to speak? Anti-whiteism. Harming white people, harming Western civilization, harming our norms in America. China has set up a massive propaganda apparatus within its borders that openly works to seduce its citizens, undermine its institutions, and weaken it into subservience. Only you don't have to imagine, because that would be the foolish country that you are living in. And look at this hideous motherfucker right here. This fucker would eat the fetuses of our children. You could tell by looking at him. You could see the evil on this guy. Over the past Xi Jinping, over the past few decades, Washington elites, why would you even call them that, even in quotes, have allowed China to set up a self-declared enemy of the United States, to build vast network of front groups, Confucius institutes, I would burn them all to the ground, and media outlets, burn them all to the ground. More recently, TikTok and other social media, right, added to the mix. Beijing's goal, namely, China, quote, China wins, America loses, has never changed. Following the normalization of diplomatic relations in 1979, China has created a pro-CCP organization. They have their own police departments that people like Ballless Walls absolutely endorses, enforces, protects, allows them to do whatever they want to do to Chinese citizens, to Chinese people who are citizens of the United States here. It would seem that way. That's what I read in places. By 98, there were already an estimated 8,000 such front groups in operation. 8,000. In 2019, the Chinese Communist Party actually declared a, quote, people's war on America. So they're at war with us. Did you know that? Did you know that China considers themselves at war with the United States? These Chinese-controlled organizations heavily influence politics in American big cities like New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, working for the election of China-friendly politicians, and then recommending people like Governor Hochul's aide, Linda Sun, the young love you long time son, for key positions in city and state governments following elections. They are supported by a China-run newspaper, which are widely distributed in American major cities. Arrest them all, and where they are found to be spies, execute them. Walk down the streets of New York City, one of major cities, you'll see the China Daily newspaper. Then there are Confucius Institutes, 60 such indoctrination centers. So what to do about the silent invasion? Really easy fix. You address anti-whiteism, and this will take care of itself. But if you wanted to go on both at the same time, you could do that. Ban all of this. You make it all illegal. You try, jail, deport, execute, everybody participating. You establish an expansive network of agents to sift through the doings of potential spies so that whenever it starts popping up, you catch it, you try, you deport, jail, execute. All of the above. That's how you do it. But this is a conservative writer. So how do they suggest that we deal with it? The cure, in other words, would be worse than the disease if you didn't allow these people to have free speech. Can you believe conservatives? If you don't allow the Chinese spies and representatives of China, who is actively at war with the United States, to speak here, then that would be worse than allowing them to speak, than allowing them to bully and intimidate Chinese people who live in America, who maybe love America and have decided to make America their home and are happy with it being a Western country and wanted to remain that way. No, the cuck here says the cure is, look at this bullshit, strict reciprocity. Only a cuck would move toward this abstractionist, cowardly cure remedy to what is clearly a serious problem for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the West. Strict reciprocity. So this idiot says what has to be done is China needs to allow us to have newspapers in their country, but they won't allow it, so they're hypocrites. That's really what this loser says. God, conservative content creators are maybe the lowest form of life on planet Earth. Anti-whiteism goes further to cause more problems across the West. And anti-whiteism is born in the selfish individualism of white people. And as a consequence for that, as I pull this up, and the great ForNull, if you don't mind, I'll send the link to our Telegram chat when we get there shortly. But anti-whiteism does what to white males across the West? It hates us. It demonizes us. It mocks us. It says that we're not cool. We are not good lovers. We are not good athletes. We are not good musicians. We are not good at any form of work. That if we ever get together, then we are boogering each other up the backside. That if we're always pathetic and deserve to be cucked, and that our women want every other race of man out there, any non-white man, just anything other than a white male. This is what we hear our whole lives. We got to fight our way to get into institutions of higher learning where we have to demonstrate deep and unabiding hatred for our race, our people, war on ourselves. We have to fight for a job in environments, whether in the military, in the public sector, where we are discriminated against, we're persecuted, we're exploited, we're given the load of the work to do because we can get it done. Like those airplanes taking off the other day. Where was that? Boston or whatever it was, where the non-white traffic controller was having a plane take off and land on the exact same runway. And the white female pilot taking off, hearing all of the chatter, she's like, okay, I'm taking off. And the white guy landing was like, wait, who's taking off on what runway? And then the non-white traffic controller is like, oh yeah, abort that, turn to the left. If it hadn't have been for the white pilot listening to all the chatter, you'd have 200 plus souls dead. The white female taking off, okay. The non-white guy in the tower, yeah, same runway. What's the problem with that? Saying the names of the runways side by side. Yes, you can land there. Yes, you can take off from there. And the white guy's like, wait, what? Who's taking off on what runway? So, forced to carry the load of the work while being demonized, while not being able to push back, not able to get a decent woman, because so many of our women have been just made into the most vile anti-white male heathens that you can imagine. They get there, they can't get paid what they deserve for the value they bring. They can't get promotions. Every move, if they have kids, their kids are hating them and think they're less than. All of the non-white fathers out there. And so what do? Well, some of them decide to become traitors.
Top Gun Maverick? Well, there's something that you need to know. The Chinese Communist Army has been, for years now, poaching American and British Top Gun talent. Specifically, over in the UK, a new report found that 30 British military pilots have gone to work for China in order to train Chinese pilots in the People's Liberation Army. Likewise, less than a month ago, an American pilot, who's a former US Marine, was arrested because he was allegedly training the Chinese as well. And this particular American pilot is very significant because when he was in the US Marines, he specialized in flying the AV-8B Harrier jet, which is a plane capable of vertical takeoff and landing, something that the Chinese have been trying to master for the past decade. Now, why in the world would these Western pilots go over to Asia to train our biggest
Western? You mean white? It was a couple of years ago, we saw this huge outflux from the UK, from America, of civilian pilots. And they're white. And they're going to, China's like, yeah, because China's, totally cool, right? And they're like, yeah, come over here. Give us all the knowledge. And also Central and South America. They're saying, come on down here. We'll pay you. We'll pay you. They're going to go down there and they get themselves a non-white wife. And they'll give a big middle finger to America that was shitting on them. Natural outcome of anti-whiteism. Absolute natural outcome of anti-whiteism. So how are you going to address this? What are you going to do? Another Band-Aid? Hey, cuck out there, what are you going to do? A law that says you can't go work in a foreign country or for a foreign government and teach them our secrets? You're going to make another one of those laws? There's already those laws. That's not going to remedy it. Stop being such an abstractionist coward. Stop ignoring the painful reality that anti-whiteism is on the table and nothing gets better until we push it off the table and feed it to the dogs after cutting it up into little pieces.
adversary, the nation that's most likely to wage war against us? Well, the answer is simple: money, and lots of it.
It's not just money. The selfish individual, that's the confluence of purposes and objectives, motives. Obviously, the selfish individualism drives where I want more money. But it's the anti-whiteism that has created the entire context for it to take place. So it's not just the money. I could hear a cuck right now. We'll pay them more. That will fix it. Watch. Some rhetorical prostitute that'll come right out of her mouth. Pay them more, then they won't leave for money.
According to the report, the British pilots were offered annual contracts worth $270,000 per year. What do you?
$270,000. They have no opportunity to get that kind of money anymore, anywhere close in the West because of anti-whiteism. They're reviled. They go to these other places and they are appreciated for the value that they bring. They no longer have to play the guy who can't have sex, who can't jump, who's not good at sports, who is the butt of all the jokes that the women all sneer at. They no longer have to play that role. That's bigger and more important than the dollars that are going into their pockets. And every white guy knows it. It is this role that's given to us that drives people like Gray, Colt Gray, to head to school and wage war, because it is 100% hatred of the white race, not hatred of homosexuals, not hatred of transgenders. It's the hatred of the white race that drives Colt Gray to go wage war on Western kind and our norms. It is the hatred of the white race that drives white male pilots to want to get out of the environments where we are the Pee Wee Hermans of the world. When in reality, we are the people who are making it work. We are the people making the lights come on. We are the people making the water run. We are the people making the nuclear reactors operate. We are the people inventing 95% of all things, and we are the people repairing them. And what's worse, we are the people creating systems that are so simple that anyone can replace us and just press buttons, fix this, fix that. We are the ones. That's what's driving all of this, the anti-whiteism. We're going to be bringing up the great ForNull in just a moment for a swash through. But before we get there, I want to take a look at, because this is totally insane. Representative Chip Roy, Biden-Harris border invasion, transforming America. I want you to really focus on that for a moment. The transformation of one's country in historical, 1,000th of the blink of one eye. 1,000th. It's happening like this. The transformation, the physical, visible, palpable transformation right before our eyes. And what are people doing? The vast majority of white people, what are they doing? They're waiting for non-white people to complain. They're waiting for non-white people to say, it's okay for you to defend yourself. And that's never going to happen. It's never going to be enough non-white people that condones and gives the approval broadly, deeply enough, for as long enough for white people to finally say, okay, thank you. You mean you really won't be offended if we defend ourselves? Meanwhile, I get up here for decades on the internet. We're working toward a decade. And I get up here and I'm like hardcore for white well-being. And I have non-white people show up in my threads, show up in private message, show up in emails, show up on live streams. And they're like, amen, more power to. So I don't wait for shit. The good non-white people are going to side with me because I'm a man of the West. I'm speaking my mind, the truth. They know there's nothing hidden. They can see it. They can understand somebody standing up for their own people because they do it, most of them, for their folks. So folks can get it. And when they come and they say, amen to you, that's awesome. They don't show up in some sort of childish, I'm a representative of the nationalist resistance for the whatever group of people it is. No, they are normal individuals, non-white people who are good people. And because we are normal, good white people, normal, good non-white people can show up and give an amen. Look at this. And then, of course, this is conservative. This is Israel First, Breitbart. And look at this. Here's America. And look, the people being harmed are the non-white people. Do you see any white people being harmed here? We don't want harm to come to innocent non-white people either. But it kind of galls on us that The harm inflicted on us on the basis of our race, this is the evil of the age. It's ubiquitous. It's palpable. It's every minute of every day, is never discussed by the resistance. This is the resistance for nationalists in America and Canada, is Israel first, Breitbart. But keep giving them money, white people. Keep giving them money. Don't give it here. Oh, no. Just give it to the Israeli firsts. U.S. Representative Chip Roy compiled a comprehensive report entitled Invading America, How the Biden-Harris Border Crisis is Fundamentally Transforming the United States. Wouldn't it be nice if Chip Roy called it the White Erasure of America report? Roy told Breitbart, Texas, the report details broad aspects of the border crisis and illustrates how the policies of the Biden-Harris administration is destroying American sovereignty and endangering both American citizens and migrants. Oh, the migrants are endangered. Stay home. I don't give a shit. Stay in your fucking little hovel. Don't come here. Don't break into my house. You're endangered breaking in? Good. It's risky breaking in? Good. I mean, and who is this from? Is Chip Roy a non-white person? And then maybe at least we could understand a little bit why he's talking about non-white people getting hurt and not mentioning white people. No, he's white, right? Representative Chip, unless I'm not remembering the same face. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. But boy, migrants are getting hurt. The Texas congressman told Breitbart, Israeli first Breitbart, that it is hard for anyone to grasp the full impact of the border crisis, so he had a team compile information on subjects including the scope and consequence of the open border policies implemented at the discretion of President Joe Biden. Wait, is it just Joe Biden and Kamala? No. So that's what you have to remember. We need, if Trump does not, the Republicans kept the border open, Reagan was the very first one to give a major amnesty. The Gippa that they worship. So Republicans keep the border open. Democrats keep the border open. Trump did a piss poor job. People were still flowing through. This is it. Trump's got one more shot. Get into office, militarize the border, put an end to this, or no one. Not Republican, not this. So this is not a Democrat problem. This is an anti-white problem. Quote, the average American has no idea. The average congressman has no idea. So truly appreciate this. This guy had a team do a report, and he's like, nobody has any idea how bad this actually is. Just had, now far away from me, a Peruvian, not far out of D.C., a Peruvian kidnap a little girl to, rape and etc. And he just got caught. Just yanked her up. Transforming everything. The Texas congressman said, you have no idea the scope and consequence of the open border policies implemented at the direction of President Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Alejandro Mayorkas. The average American has no idea. The average congressman has no idea. Our goal was to compile the information. The document lays out the breadth and depth of the continuing damage to our country. I wonder, should I bother? Not in the show, but at another time. Should I bother to read it? To look if he mentions white people being harmed? My guess is that he doesn't give a shit. My guess is that when it comes to white people being targeted and harmed, it's just people. But then when it comes to non-whites, it's the black community. I bet you. Roy's America Invaded report takes a detailed look into the following topics regarding the scope and consequence of the Biden-Harris border crisis: the unprecedented volume of border crossings and release of migrants into the United States, the volume of migrant crossings, the dead, injured, and endangered Americans due to the trafficking of fentanyl, how the actions of the Biden-Harris administration empower Mexican drug cartels, the cost to states and taxpayers we have that number that just came out recently from the feds of almost 500 billion. And I saw on one of those publications that was for a year, just the feds and the states paying for the intruders, the non-white, anti-white intruders into this country. 500 billion of your sweat, your labor, your tears, debt put on the heads of your white children, your white grandchildren, your white great-great-grandchildren is what these anti-whites are doing. Are you mad yet? The impact of the crisis on elections, the remaking of America, trafficking and abuse of unaccompanied migrant children. Stay home, and then you're not going to be unaccompanied. The inhumanity. What about the anti-whiteism? The lucrative payments to hundreds of NGOs. Exactly. The radical, quote, the radical progressives, what they like to be called, have caused the worst border crisis in recent history, and the flames have spread to almost every state and locality in the nation, Roy wrote in the report's summary. We cannot shrug our... So the regressive Roy says about the progressives, we cannot shrug our shoulders and hope the next presidential administration or a miracle when the border crisis and its impacts, its effects. Roy reports concluded, quote, we have countless examples of the crisis harming our constituents in different ways to motivate us to secure the border once and for all. Now is the time to fight. Now is the time to do what we said we are going to do in Congress, secure the border and take back our country. How much you want to bet that they're not going to do that? Final thing I think I have here is this. And we got I was talking last week about the Republicans normalizing Mexicans as Americans. And I said in 2 more presidential cycles, it'll be done unless we fight back against it. It'll be a done thing, fait accompli, that Mexicans are Americans. And so if they come into the country illegally, well, it's not really illegal because it's just another American crossing a border that isn't even a border for them. So I note that these motherfuckers are not welcome. Human rights groups in Mexico claim cartel violence causing exodus. I've been looking at this for decades of my life, happening in Mexico, other Central and South American countries, but it's no different Mexico. In Michoacan, a new series of cartel So the corruption, the gang warfare, the drug cartels at war with each other incessantly in Mexico, and they depopulate towns and regions during their conflicts that never end. And it's coming to America. And it's coming to America. And it's in America. And one anti-white, non-white anti-white got in and said, well, you showed that video of the shooting outside. Your shootings take place in the schools. Driven by anti-whiteism too, bitch. Both are driven by anti-whiteism. Allowing the cartels to come in and driving the shootings inside of school, it's all anti-whiteism. A new series of cartel clashes taking place in the rural parts of Western Mexico forced hundreds of individuals to flee from homes as government officials appear to turn a blind eye to the horrors. Really, they really appeared all the way back to when I was a teenager reading. They're turning a blind eye to the violence. It's kind of like instinctual. Amid the violence, human rights activists are taking Mexico's government to say, and I feel bad for the good people of all races in Mexico. I feel bad that they have time to look at the example of America and treat these people the way we would treat them. if white people were in charge and anti-whiteism wasn't present. You can use our example. So the human rights, so in other words, you mean white people? You mean white people. You mean they're making an appeal to organizations that are dominated by white people, staffing and giving charity work and doing the lion's share financing concerns for non-white people on planet Earth. Every moment on planet Earth, every second, every one that ticks by, there are white people who are part of big organizations that are staffed predominantly or entirely by white people, funded predominantly or entirely by white people, that are talking to each other every second of every 24 hours about how to benefit the lives of non-white people on planet Earth. Not a single organization, white or non-white, doing that for white people. Not a single one. So stop telling me how much we have to be empathetic to non-white people on planet Earth. They don't get any empathy from me until I get empathy from them. Where is the Mexican human rights organization that is saying, staffed by nothing but non-white Mexicans, paid for by nothing but non-white Mexicans, saying, good God, look at the no white guilt guy. Look at what's happening to the white race. We're going to bring attention to it. We're going to funnel money to it. Not one. So fuck you and your demand for empathy. The world is turning a blind eye to the horror that Mexicans seem to so often create for other Mexicans. The Human Security Observatory and 3 other human rights groups asked for help in a letter addressed to the Mexican president, who's an anti-white, his top staffers, and the governor of Michoacan, however it's pronounced. The activist listed that 158 people from the town, 250 from, I guess, the region there, various others, fled their homes after the violence started. The group claimed that 17 individuals stayed in their homes, intending to defend their belongings, but have since gone missing. So, welcome to America. Welcome to America. This is not James Brown's America, my friends. Superhighways, coast to coast, need them to get anywhere. On the transcontinental overload, just climb behind the wheel. How does it feel when there's no destination that's too far? Somewhere on the way, you might find out who you are. Living in America. And on that note, we will take 10 seconds and bring forward the one and only ForNull. Actually, I just realized that I just sent him the link, so ForNull might be another moment. Because I thought I had sent it, but I hadn't. So he will be here in just a moment, and as soon as he pulls up backstage, I will bring him forward. The great ForNull, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be talking about his wonderful article that he just wrote, and I turned into an advertisement on Twitter. And so for an epic swash through the great ForNull, as well as his Voices of Western Kind, brilliant idea, the contributions for this hero are seemingly limitless. But my big apology, because I thought I had sent the link to him. My fault that he is just receiving the link. I'll take a look at your comments And we will see if the great ForNull can step forward. Proud citizen of Western civilization. You've got a good voice, brother. I thank you. That's my James Brown impersonation. Sorry, I don't have a woman here to beat currently, because that would really round out and flesh out the James Brown. And maybe some guy behind me, although it would be really cool. Some guy with like a great jacked up afro who comes out and throws like a cape on me. That would be pretty awesome. I'd be like, wah! And I could start again. I'd be all sweating, put on a wig. I'd love it. But before that happens, we're going to bring forward the one and only. Ladies and gentlemen, put your crowns to use, dropping them on the head of the one and only ForNull. My brother, you are here. My apologies. It's great to see you.
Hey, how's it going, Jason?
Oh, man. I love having you on, and we're having a great stream. But I'm most excited, I have to say, about your article that you just published over on your Substack, and I'll be handing out, or I'll be telling folks, and you can hand out, and we can hand out the link for that so people can follow and read you there. But before we jump right into that, and your great idea for your Voices of Western Kind, I love it. Before we jump into that, anything else? Any observations? What else do you want to say? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming on for a swash throw.
Well, thanks for having me on, for sure. No, I mean, mostly I've been so busy lately working on my house, having my son come over and fix a bunch of stuff. Also been kind of going deep with the study of human metabolism and things like that. And of course, every day I set aside time for white well-being advocacy. I can't help it. It's like an addiction, really.
Yeah.
I love seeing all the white well-being community out there on X and on YouTube, sharing great ideas. It's so fun to, you see something and you want to respond to it, and then there's work to come up with a way to say it in a tweet-sized package.
Yeah.
So that's kind of fun. And I like doing that every day. I like spending a little time doing that. I think it keeps the mind agile, and my practice of the Go Free method, the dialectics and lexicon, it lets me work that out. And sometimes, I'll even, it might expose some NP I have, because I'll all of a sudden feel like, well, I can't say that. And then I'll think, well, what's wrong with that? I need to work through this more to find the morality of my side. I might not have it 100% right. So I need to figure out how to make it right for white well-being. And then I can assert that thing, So anyways, yeah, that's mostly it, but nothing specific going on. The election's coming up, and just anti-whiteism, is crazy. It's just, they ramp it up. I feel like, we're getting vagues to sort of say, hey, stop messing with the white guy, very vaguely, in a vague fashion, like they do. And it just keeps getting met with more extreme anti-whiteism. And it's just, it's overwhelming sometimes when you see all this stuff happening. And I know Twitter isn't, you're getting the digested, condensed version of everything happening. So that can be overwhelming too, but it's everywhere. I mean, all you have to do is go to the grocery store, and, it doesn't have that feel it did when you were a kid. And boy, that's overwhelming. It's hard to deal with sometimes, I'll say. But thankfully, I feel like I can do something. I can do my part by working on the art, working on doing stuff to the website, being out there helping people, the vagues out there demonstrate a way to ethically advocate for white people without falling into all the traps that are out there on both sides of the right left false paradigm. So
Right,
yeah, I don't know.
precisely.
Just rambling.
No, I like that you actually articulated that, because it's the thought process that is the productive thought process. It's the utilitarian. It's the sticking with, we got to live our lives. We got to make our money. We got to make sure our base is solid. But our real mission in life is white well-being, because that benefits us in our totality, benefits our people, and therefore ourselves individually and our families. And you just articulated exactly how we all should be thinking, exactly how I think. Like the mind keeps going back. The mind, okay, I got free time here. The mind goes right back to the thing that's really important, the thing that brings us really a great bit of meaning to our lives, well beyond so much of the rest that we have to do, and we have to deal with on sort of this quotidian and boring daily exercise of living. So you are just this, and people know for so long, this remarkable character, and you so productive, and the products of your work are varied and very interesting. And the most recent, of course, is this article, The Stardust Illusion. And I wonder if you might talk about that. I'll just throw it up on the screen with us as well here as you speak to it.
Yeah, well, it's kind of riffing off of, like many things I write about, off of your things I've heard you say that then get me thinking about stuff. It's just a short little article about pseudo intellectuals and the pontificating peacocks, and the idea that there is this social currency that is traded amongst these people, and not like from one thought leader to the other, but more just by way of them conforming to a certain type of, I don't know what to call it. It's a way of speaking. It's a way of presenting oneself as if you have way more understanding than you actually do. And there seems to be a large community very impressed with this stuff. And they're not saying anything that can be applied practically, not like the Go Free method can. There's interesting things. I love listening to a lot of them. There's many interesting things, but I feel like there's this big community of them all blowing smoke up each other's ass. And so the scholar dust was just a kind of a funny word, like to give a name to this social currency that kind of thrives in this environment, this pseudo intellectual, and it really seems to be popular in like the white sympathetic sphere.
So true. I mean, and I love this graphic, by the way, the pseudo intellectual at the front of the room, and he's throwing out all like this dust of baffled gabbing, but he's got the peacock feathers on him. Look at all of my academic peacock feathers here. The academic peacock. I love it. I busted out laughing when I saw that. It's brilliant, and that's the image I used on the advertisement on Twitter.
Cool.
Yeah, and if you come across it, folks, give it a like. But it's really funny, accurate, and you're 100% right. This is a subject that gets far too little treatment in the white sympathetic sphere, because so many content creators, thought leaders, org leaders benefit from it. It's what they bring to the table that they believe is their value. They pilfer, they purloin, they steal the objective of the well-being of white people, and then they foist on you this whatever tier it might be. And sometimes it's actually quite lame and obesitarian. The tier of academician discourse. Sometimes it can be really high tier, and in all cases, it does not lead to the recovery or any sort of revanchist activity in the white race. And that's one of the things, brother, that you've been here forever, and you had massive blind sight before even coming to white well-being and this particular community. But that I have been banging my head against for so many years. I have come up upon these conversations, conference after conference, meeting after meeting, gone to really even these meetings. Some of these academic peacocks and wannabe webzine producers in the past, especially when everything and it came up through the more than maybe a handful of years ago. It's becoming less and less popular, where they would lease very expensive little sort of boutique restaurants in cities, and then it would be like invite only. You would go to it, and all of this money was showing up for these like webzines and these thinkers and these authors, and they were going to explain it all to us. And you'd show up there, and it was the same nonsensical high school tier history teacher, and even like these wildly confusing descriptions of history and events behind the scenes. So, and unproductive. And that's what I always asked is, okay, you've got this arcane educational description, explanation of what's going on. How do we get to recapturing our destiny? And there was never any answers.
Yeah. What is the utility of it?
Precisely.
And
so
it doesn't seem like there is a lot of time. The utility is the value put upon the appearance of substance.
Yes.
Diverting, as I wrote in the article, diverting attention away from those who are genuinely seeking to address societal issues. So, yeah, it's destructive. It's not just harmless. Many people just go, why do you care? I mean, they just let them do their thing. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But it in mass, it kind of is just diverting all the energy away from practical solutions.
100%. And you articulate that beautifully in this piece, folks. And I think that, folks, you should all share this piece on all of the platforms that you're on. And this is a subject that needs to be continually revisited because of exactly what you just said there, ForNull, that it massively diverts resources, time, talent, and money from those things out there that are actually productive for our people. It's very easy for people to get enmeshed and to feel smart because they're listening to what they think are smart people, and to feel that they're doing something and that they have some like inside knowledge because they're listening to these people share these abstruse things in these boutique restaurants or on their webzines, and they give big money. I can tell you some of these webzines, I'm going to be diplomatic. I'm not going to reveal, but they pull in hundreds of thousands of dollars and they do zero.
Yeah.
I mean, for the longest time, I thought, and they actually do negative because, like you're pointing out, they're diverting resources and they keep them corralled because the people who are benefiting, who are profiting in aggrandizement, in sex, in cash, and everything, that is something they don't want to give up. So they corral, they circumscribe their audiences, and they rope more people in to grow that aggrandizement, wealth, sex, etc. And that's why we really need to talk about it, because it's not just, as you articulated brilliantly, it's not just a matter of it's just another path. They're just doing another thing and let them do their thing. No, they use the money they bring in to actively, in fact, some of these webzines have actively slandered me personally to keep people from coming to something productive, because I guess they could see the danger of having to their income, having something productive versus just their doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining. So I love it. This is folks, I immediately read it. I immediately turned it into an ad on Twitter, and I will probably even run it longer than I had initially meant to, because we need this discussed and addressed, and maybe we get Cindy Ben on it and get some more voices in on this particular subject. But this is a magnificent piece. If there's anything else you want to say about it, brother, please do. And then you can move on to your other great idea, Voices of Western Kai.
That's right. That's right. And so I am not great at public speaking. I'm also not great at writing. So I write these things all up, and my grammar is atrocious. And then, I'll use something like Grammarly or ChatGPT to help me refine it so I sound so it has a certain level of professionalism. But it's really fun, and I've got 6 articles up right now. The first 3 I will come back to this, are a series on examples of anti-whites. So they're fictional examples. So I did the repentant villain, I did the vague, and I did the antagonist. And
Brilliant.
and just like make up a character and kind of tell the story, demonstrating how that is played out, what that type of anti-white, the kinds of things they will say or do. So I like those. That one came out, and then I just released one yesterday, which is it's called The Pursuit of Purity. And that one's pretty good too, I think. It's just kind of talking about the concept of a purity spiral, but how one needs to become to gain further levels of purity, whether it's being pristine, keeping it Promethean, whatever. You can't go from 0 to 100, in one step. Each kind of tier that you achieve as you're addressing your MPs and things like this open up the way to see the next thing. You can't just see the end from the beginning, really. Not all the things you're going to have to go through to get there. And so it kind of just talks about that, and it discusses, the diminishing returns, because there'll come a point where there's not much. I mean, you always want to keep trying to perfect oneself. We do, I think, Western kind, our life is an opportunity to learn and grow and become better. And so, yeah, it just talks about all that stuff, but kind of with a bit of a white well-being theme running through it. So that was it. Yeah,
Brilliant.
About the Substack, and it's called it's Substack. I was on Blogger, but it's just such a archaic interface. It's an old website, and so I thought, well, I'll move over to Substack and try that out, and I like it. And it's formlow.substack.com. And Formlow, if you're curious, is a nickname. Well, Franklin would always say my name wrong when I'd come into the chat, and he would often call me ForNull. And so I thought, well, I'm just going to make that my Substack.
So yeah, FROMLO.substack.com.
That's it. Yeah. Now, the other thing, so as I started writing these articles and kind of getting back into trying to write more often, I thought, well, we've got other people that write. I think Final Blossom had a blog, and we've got several other people. Anti-White Vilification League, I think he writes articles, and there's several. And so I thought it'd be cool because we have the downloads, the memes and all that on the nowhiteguilt.org site. We've got the YouTube video archive links and some other stuff. I thought, well, it'd be neat to maybe just put a page up there where people can publish articles on the site directly. And I don't know, maybe that's a good idea. I don't know. Maybe it just links to an article. I'm not sure, and host the links of different members of the community, but I wanted to call that Voices of Western Kind.
Yeah.
And I think that'd be neat for people coming to the site because we promote the site a lot. And of course, the videos are important and all the things you teach are important and the memes are useful. But I thought maybe, a lot of these other sites, they have articles and things like that. And I thought maybe that'll hook some people in if we just put some right on the website. So
I love this idea. Talk about an idea guy, but he's also a doer. So he's not just a lot of people out there let me rephrase. There are a lot of idea people who are rare, are not doers. And so they don't get to work doing anything that they come up with or very little. This is a brilliant idea. Voices of Western Kind. So that just as you said, man, I want more people who are versed in white well-being. And here's the big like caveat, folks. We don't want people who are just going to say, I'm in this community and I want to have my voice out there too. And you're not trained in the dialectics and the lexicon. You're not speaking from and through a go free lens. We don't want any more of that. We've had that happen in the past. People come up and they think, well, I'm a part of your community and I want to speak for and within the community and I'm going to share. No. So if you're one of these people who would like to participate and your voice be heard and us to direct people to you, then it's got to be 100% white well-being go free. You can't show up here and have some weird religious bent or not so weird religious bent or what. You cannot show up and the thing you have to do is white well-being, is the go free stratagem. That's the thing. And we want many voices, many smart voices using the go free lens, interpreting the world through that lens, using the dialectics, the arguments that we present here, and we talk about 2 times a week. We want as many of those voices as possible. So this is a magnificent idea, brother. And so, folks, we want to hear from you what you think about it and who you think should be included. But just for those who might want to reach out and say, oh, I haven't participated at all, but now I want to start writing and be linked. Think again, you're going to have to demonstrate a strong understanding of Go Free and the arguments we use, the lexicon we use, and then you can be considered for the Voices of Western Kind. Man, brother, that is so exciting. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thank you for sharing it with your audience here, with the community. So I would imagine the way we would go about this is if the articles, we don't want big, 100-page books or anything. I don't think, I would imagine a 3 to 10 minute read or something would be the ideal. And so if you have an article that you want to submit, you can DM me. If I'm not sure about the content, I may kick it back with like, well, this part maybe is problematic. If I have doubts about my own ability to judge that, I'm going to reach out to our top people in the community to see, if they have time to look at it and tell me. But don't be offended if you do submit something and it doesn't get put on there right away, or at all, because like Jason said, it does take time. And like I was mentioning earlier about that purity article, when you're first starting to do this stuff, you have all the good intentions in the world and all the heart, in the world to want to do it and contribute. But it does take a little bit of time and practice to know what pitfalls to avoid in order to keep it Promethean, as we call it. And so,
yes.
And so, yeah, that's the only hard part about something like this, is there might be rejections. I'm sure not from any of our elites, but new people and stuff. Don't be offended if we come back and say, well, this part for this reason, maybe it needs to be tweaked, or, I might, I will use this if you're okay with me, making a few revisions to it to take out something that might present a problem for us. So anyways, and of course, anything, you read on there that if you see some problems, you would just have the ability through the interface to remove it or hide it or whatever. So,
well, I'm really excited about the possibilities with this. New voices speaking in their voice, and linking to writers who we have already have several wonderful authors speaking through the lens of Go Free, and getting all of you more attention, as much attention as we can through the No White Guilt website. I love it. I love it. That's the way. That's the way we grow. I'm so excited about this, brother. You are an epic hero. Is there anything else you want to share before we let you go?
No, I think that's it.
All right, man. Ladies and gentlemen, crowns, gems, and much love for the great ForNull. Big salutes, quadruple 07s. Good brother.
Right,
we'll be right back.
Thanks.
Shadows, cowards of the night, parasites feeding on the light of Western kind. Your venom, anti-white poisons the well, but the fire in our hearts burns hotter than your hell. Can you feel it? The weight of your life crumbling down. Do you taste the ashes of the world you've drowned? Craven, hollow to the core. You feel the truth we bleed. You feel it, oh, your coward dust is the echo of your empty creed. But we'll rise, west men were the storm you'll heed. You hide behind words in a tower of deceit, but the foundation is cracking. Hear the rumble beneath. Every sneer, every slight, we've counted them all. Now your time's running out and the empire will fall. How long will you run from the truth you distort? Can you stand the gaze of the Westman's retort. Your schemes are pathetic, your hatred is clear, but it's your own damn weakness that you truly fear. You think you can chain us, break our will, but you've only fed the fury you tried to kill. Weakling, craven, hollow to the core, you fear the truth we bleed. You feel it, though your cowardice is the echo of your empty creed. But we'll rise, Westmen, we're the storm you'll heed. You can't bury the fire, it's burning inside. You can't drown the truth, it's a rising tide. Antiwhiteism, your weapons so vile, but we're sharpening our swords and we'll bury your bile. Westmen, we stand in defiance we war, for the end of your reign, and we'll settle the score.
It is that epic time, ladies and gentlemen, everyone. 07 celebrating the great swashbuckling successes for a little bit, and then we're going to be getting back to our news items, a Go Free lesson of the day, some announcements, the mailbag, a Twitter space. We hope you all will be participating the entire time. I've got nothing but James Brown. That was a great song by the great Slaughtz. Big salutes. Let's begin it right there. Celebrate the great Slaughtz, the anti-white hollow, a wonderful, magnificent piece. I've been rocking out to it. I'm afraid, though, I've got James Brown stuck in the head. James Brown, earworm, laying hardcore. But we're going to celebrate the IRL activity of Der Franklin. Big love, big salutes, assembling most of the swashbuckling successes. Also out in the real world, swashbuckling everywhere. Look at this. It's not just stickers, ladies and gentlemen. He's everywhere. Look at this beautiful, beautiful. Democrats are anti-whites. It's a perfect time of year for that, isn't it? Stop white erasure. Franklin also would like to thank Ivan the Horrible for showing up at the weekly Donald Trump Jr. stream with the great Franklin to swashbuckle over there and spread the lexicon to one Donald Trump president. God bless these heroes. Also give it up for the great Franklin. He does the timestamps. You can't show him enough love. Quadruple 07's crown. Make sure this man is crowned king of the world. Keep it going, of course, for the great ForNull. We just got done with an epic swash through the Scholar Dust Illusion and his great idea, Voices of Western Kind. Make it big salutes. You know this man is an epic hero and king for white well-being. Quadruple 07's raucous emojis. The great Azimuth Clark came through this week and shared with us, and we probably will have video next week. Mark King Dice is back to using anti-whiteism in his verbiage. Show much love and appreciation. Thank King Dice for calling it what it is, anti-whiteism. We crown him king in these parts of town, ladies and gentlemen. Crown him king, and big thank you to Azimuth Clark pointing out that on the 2nd of September, the great King Dice used anti-whiteism several times. William Hoadley writes this, quote, I stupidly played the villain in the beginning of my awakening. Admit this error, stop doing it, move on with the help of no white guilt. The secret, as Mr. Kuna repeatedly states, is to replace the hatred of others with the love of your own people. It's the only way. Give it up to William Hoadley for this magnificent, scintillating as is the birth of a star testimonial to the great work that we are doing here in service. We just actually had there was another guy in the thread, I don't have it, that said, ironically, he came here from a community that was trashing us, he came here from a community that was trashing us, and ironically, it's this community is where he finally found love for our people. Isn't that something? Big salutes to the unnamed commenter. Thank you so much in the thread of one of the recent last or next to last streams you could find. Marcus writes here, quote, in my opinion, the proof that this go free is the most effective strategy comes with when dealing with people who disagree. They will point out any weakness in your argument. They do not care about sparing your feelings or whether or not you like them after the encounter. And you come out the victor. Another proof is that you can use this on longtime old school liberals. And because you are making moral arguments, you can practically see her mind being changed in real time by carefully watching her face. I have experienced this. Talk about victory. Talk about victory, Marcus is saying here, ladies and gentlemen. Never do you see this anywhere else in interaction. Never do you see this with anti-whites. They might call themselves old school liberals. They may, any of these variations of that. You do not see their minds change right before your eye as you make moral arguments against the victimization of, specifically against the victimization of Western kind. And that is what has to be stated and argued in order to move from where we are in our victimization, persecution, exploitation to a place of white well-being. Big love for Marcus. Give him quadruple 07. Crown the man. Give the man some crowns. Let's get back to these swashbucklers, one of Western kind over there. And I guess this is AFD content. Their audience, 14.2 thousand people in that audience and climbing have seen this, hundreds of likes, retweets, and this is white well-being must be ensured in Germany, as in all Western countries. AFD are the party most likely to do that in Germany. End anti-whiteism, end white erasure. You've got white well-being, you've got anti-whiteism, you've got white erasure. That all of these people in this audience are seeing. God bless this epic swashbuckling Captain, one of Western kind swashbuckler. He continues, this time in Catholic Arena. In that audience, he has 15,000 views who watched him, hundreds of likes and retweets, who watched him read this. This many churches going up in flames every a few weeks that have stood for centuries, if not millennia, is no coincidence. This is, for a millennium, is no coincidence. This is anti-white terrorism and white erasure, the destruction of European heritage. 15,000 people seeing the lexical dialectical power through one of Western kind swashbuckling. Over here, ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe it. He comments under Conor McGregor, who claims that he is going to run for president. working on 62,000 views in that audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets. 62,000. This is in 1 week. Remember, all these are over the past week. End the anti-white agenda in Ireland. Stop and undo the white erasure of Irish communities. End anti-white indoctrination of Irish children. Investigate and dismantle anti-white NGOs. This could not have been more brilliantly written by one of Western kind. Everyone on their feet, screaming their raucous emoji heads off for the epic work. And all of these people in Conor McGregor's audience seeing that. Talk about a victory. This over here on Eva Claire. 16.2 thousand people in that audience, one of Western kind, writing with hundreds of likes and retweets. Yes. And the far right, in quotes, is one of many anti-white slurs. Really, AFD are white positive. They are more likely to work for the German people's well-being and undo the white erasure of Germany. In any anti-white zeitgeist, that makes them, quote, extreme only to anti-whites. A brilliant use of our dialectics along with the lexicon. Give it up for one of Western kind. He slides on over that champion swashbuckling with a rose between his teeth, riding a stallion over to I Am Yes, You Are No, where he draws in 20,000 views of that guy's audience, hundreds of likes and retweets. He swashes this. These anti-white non-whites envy and hate us, yet can't live or attain the same quality of life without us and our societies, our norms, and our inventions. Multiracialism means incremental white erasure, but there can be no Western civilization without Western kind. Again, a brilliant use of the dialectics and lexicon, swashing on that big audience. Again, on that big audience, he sticks with them. This time, 13,000+ views. Again, hundreds of likes and retweets. Victories galore. One of Western Kind writes, inversion of every Western norm. That's the anti-white narrative. Everything that one of Western Kind is swashing empowers the viewers, the readers, the likers, the retweeters. Everything he writes empowers them. What about I Am Yes, You Are No here? He just says truth. Every recent movie on Netflix, white man is the villain, black man. How does this help? How does that actually help? That's a doomed documentation. One of Western Kind is the hero. We appreciate I Am Yes, You Are No, but one of Western Kind is clearly the hero. He continues heroic activities under Radio Genoa and says, whichever is the most white erased. Radio Genoa asking, which is the most dangerous city in Europe? Well, what makes it dangerous? The white erasure is what makes it dangerous. How many people from white Genoa's audience? 23,000 and climbing saw this. Hundreds of likes and retweets. This man his stallion is 100 hands tall. God bless one of Western Kind. He's not done. Back on Radio Genoa, almost 15,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets, all over this week. He says they are incredibly emboldened, even and especially when the anti-white narrative they've been fed since birth gives them a false entitlement. White erasure is their birthright, apparently. Brilliantly written, my friend. Brilliantly deduced. Well done for all of those people. Empowered by you, sir. Continuing over to Sargon of Akkad's account, 30,000 people under Sargon of Akkad, somebody who apparently will never speak with yours truly or any of us in a public way, but 30,000 people seeing this, over 1,000 members, 1,000 people of his audience giving likes and retweets to this. One of Western Kind's swashbuckling, quote, racist is an anti-white slur. These lot are emboldened by the anti-white narrative that our traitor politicians and media are too happy to uphold. My God, the successes of this hero this week. Not even done yet. Over here on Smash Bales. One of Western Kind gets at 10,000 views of this person's audience. Hundreds of likes and retweets with, that's right, anti-whites consider any harm that befalls whites a blessing. Retributive, in quotes, perfectly written justice for imagined wrongs in the fictional anti-white narrative. Do you see the dialectical power there that he used? Brilliantly done. Learn from these heroes. Learn from them. Celebrate these champions. Continuing, we're over here with Eric. The great Eric down under says here, who else is sick of the war being waged on the founding stock of this country by anti-whiteism? 414 likes here of this audience. Big salutes for the swashbuckler down under. Eric back again. I love how One Nation is the only party not afraid to call out the systemic anti-whiteism in the country. That's why I'm voting for them in the next upcoming state elections. Brilliantly written here by Eric about how he's voting for them for this particular point. Almost 600 at that point likes from that audience. My God, truly epic. I think he showed me, I was with their meeting of these magnificent heroes. And let's celebrate the totality as the audience takes a breath. Celebrate the totality of the Australian GFC for that marvelous video they produced at the beginning of the video. Perhaps you saw that I played a video at the beginning that they just recently put together and released on their channel. Make sure you're following them as well. Everybody on their feet to salute and celebrate the hard work of this entire team, and we'll have them swash through shortly in the near future. God bless them. Let's continue. Oh my gosh, it's Anglo-Saxon NWG. You know a hero. You know a swashbuckling hero if you ever saw one. He rides his stallion through the sky with fire coming off its hooves. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? Nearly 3,000 people of the Hodge twins said, yes, I am sick and tired of it. 135 replies. Over here, he swashes on over to Russell Brand. Nearly 100 replies. Almost 4,000 of Russell Brand's audience agreeing with this statement. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism? Little emoji with his hand up. That's me. Magnificently done. Russell Brand never going to be talking about that, but we can get his audience talking about it, and we can with the champions like Anglo-Saxon NWG. He swashes across the sky. You think it's a comment, but it's really Anglo-Saxon NWG. 124 replies and counting. 2,000 people giving likes over on Tucker Carlson's video. And to what did they give those likes? The swashing. Who else is sick of decades of systemic anti-whiteism? Nothing but salutes. Nothing but celebration. When will Tucker have me on? We don't know, maybe never. But that's okay, because swashbucklers are getting all over his audience. Folks, No White Guilt Clips this week has been beyond the normal, beyond victories of No White Guilt Clips. Take a look at this. He's been making clips this week. The myth of assimilation, why it doesn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, hundreds of likes and retweets. How many views? 300 and almost 40,000 views in a week. Oh my God. That's what the troops are lined up for, ladies and gentlemen. 340,000 views. Make sure that this guy can feel the swashbuckling hero as he rips his shirt open and the muscles jump off his chest. Make sure that he gets the love he deserves. Here we have, this is how the media controls your mind. Hundreds of likes and retweets. How many people? Over 331,000 people saw this week. Oh my God. Clips is starting to do like million people weeks on a regular basis. These people are there is a magical power in some of these folks. I got to tell you, magic is at work. Give it up for Clips. Here he is with another one. We have been dehumanized by anti-whites. This one is passing 35,000 likes or views, hundreds of likes and retweets by the great Clips. Just knocking them out of the park. I can't believe it. Talk about Grand Slam home runs out of this park and the next park. He's not done. We want the border closed to Mexicans and everybody else. Working up to 20,000 views, hundreds of likes and retweets, ladies and gentlemen. My King God for the great No White Guilt Clips. What an epic hero. You know he can't be stopped. Now, what does he do? He takes these clips that are getting massive views on their own, and then he goes and posts them. Here he posted this one under David, as the Atherton up there at the top. He posted over here, increasing the number of views on all of this. So he's swashing over there on their audience. He swashes over here on, again, another David Atherton, I think is what it says. And again, magnifying the number of views. These champions are showing you the white magic way to get massive views on your swashbuckling, so you too can be a hero. And absolutely take his clips that he makes and share them everywhere for the similar results. Again, over here under I am yes sharing this one. This is how the media controls your mind. Looking at 250,000 views. The myth of assimilation. Here we have swashing. This one was under Radio Genoa. So getting these views across multiple platforms in the eyes of many different people, not just in this or that community, but in many communities. The Great Clips is a legend. The Great Clips, ladies and gentlemen, is in the storybooks. He's like Chuck Norris. He's already in the storybook. He hasn't passed away, and it hasn't been generations, but he's already there. Here we have the great homeless bear swashing on over on 9mm SMG. How many audience members did view homeless bear there? 16,000, hundreds of likes and retweets on 9mm SMG's audience. Homeless bear swashing this. The script fits perfectly within the anti-white narrative. These people want to talk just about movies, about shows, about superficials. Our swashbucklers go in there. They tell the truth, use the lexicon of dialectics, and they get their audiences agreeing. My God, true heroes, ladies and gentlemen, that's where we are in the success of our swashbuckling on yet another week of glorious victories. Everyone up on your feet to round out, and we'll be right back. My Lord, this is the coolest thing ever. We are rolling along. We have a couple things we're going to look at, and we are going to bring up the space shortly, in just a moment, actually. We're going to get to the financial gifts first, so keep your celebrations going. Keep your celebrations going. We're jumping over to Entropy to see who's over there. Give it up for the dude, the bro, the moment. Boom. Sharp salutes. $50 for white well-being over here on Entropy. And he says, for white well-being, God bless you, good sir. Many extended thanks and love and cherishing. God bless you. Over here on Cash App, we have the great First Last. I want big, everybody on their feet. First Last and No White Guilt Clips are swashing in. They are swashing in with their epic work. Can you believe it? Celebrate them both. Big crowns, glittering clowns. I want glittering crowns, gems. Throw the red carpet down. Do they have a red carpet? What about some pterodactyls? They're probably a pterodactyl or some kind of a big bird or eagle for these heroes. The two come in here, both of them financially gifting 100 Save the White Baby dollars. We celebrate you both. Heroes, we know the heroes, don't we? We know the heroes in service to white well-being. They serve in many different ways, and we celebrate them. First Last wants us to think about Dvorak as well. Thank you so much for that, champion. Stiff salutes to you two heroes. God bless you. And continuing with the rest of the financial gifts, we have Use the Unifier. I saw her here earlier. Financially gifting $5. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Make sure you're at her show tomorrow, 6 p.m. It'll be rolling. It'll be fun. And so she's only doing one show a week at the moment right now, I think, live show. So make sure you're there. I'll be there, and I'll be looking for you. Over here on Subscribe Star, we have the great Lady June has joined us. And she financially gifts $5. Thank you so much, June. She says, thank you, Sir Jason. I am so happy to be here in the Church of White Well-Being. As I just heard one of our great white well-being brothers refer to the gathering. Thank you for being passionate for our well-being. And God bless you for your service to white well-being, for appreciating service to white well-being, for being here, for being a leader, for being a champion, for changing yourself in the world. So all of our champions, the men of the West, the women of the West, a big thank you to every single one of you. When you're doing great deeds, when you're out there making it happen, even little deeds, I thank you. The entire community thanks you. The all white children thank you. The white generations to come. Spartan on Entropy says with $10 financial gift. Thank you so much for the financial gift, brother. He says the Blue Flame, aka Azure Fire 14, often hosts group chats on X discussing white well-being and other topics. Yes, he does. And keep an eye out for those. If you're not already following, make sure you give a follow. Jump in there and participate. And get acclimated. You know, one of the things we talk about in the practice, we're going to be getting right into the practice, is getting a going free buddy. Because working with someone on anything, their insights, your insights, speeds the process, expedites the process of your personal healing, and therefore your ability to reach out and heal others. Looking for you all to get better and stronger. Over here on Odyssey, we have a financial gift from the land of the fake. $5. God bless you for that. And it says, let's see, home. Oh, okay. I think I see. I think one of the most dangerous, poisonous ideas out there right now is that, quote, white is not even a thing, close quote. Let me lean forward. That kills our defense, he says, in its womb. It cannot be understated how deadly this idea will be if we do not stand against it. Very well written. Thank you for sharing that concern. Let's get some input from people in the live chat and how they handle the claim that there's no such thing as the white race. Very simply, I will say that it's very easy to say you only deny the existence of the white race because you're anti-white. You see how it immediately pivots it? But you can also say, well, if you want to say that it's a construction, that it's an artificial construction, then fine. We're still going to defend it as something that's a construct in the world. Then there's nothing they can say. I've defeated them many times this way. I move right forward, and then I probe how they would never do that to blacks or Jews or Arabs or anybody else, pointing out how anti-white they are. But make sure, land of the fake, that you have a look at the live chat over there on YouTube if you can. If you're able to get over there, you should be able to view it and have a look and see what people are saying in response. And I thank the champions for giving their points of view. D-Live, looks like I have a St. George's cross, a beautiful flag, one of our beautiful flags from Timmy Robinson. Hello, and thank you for being here. And we have Spartan, and this is, I think, from days earlier. Yes, the lemons and the ice cream. Yes, it is, but great. I thank you for that. And let's see, those are the other places you can financially gift. I'll be keeping my eyes out for that and the tags, and I'll look here. And I see that we have somebody in the chat on Entropy called Taylor. And Taylor shares with us his opinion that Trump is gay and that they all are gay. As in homosexual, or as in loser, or as in, how are you meaning it? He says, Trump doesn't care about you. Guys, think about it, he pleads. I thought you guys were better than all the Trump stuff. He's wasting your time, energy. So you do nothing. What the F, whatever. He says, whatever, F it. I tried. All right. So, Taylor, you're probably gone by now, but you haven't listened enough. You have 2 holes for listening, unless maybe you don't, and 1 hole for speaking, unless maybe you don't. And so you haven't listened long enough about the only way for people to deal with politics in a three-dimensional way, not this two or one-dimensional flat vote for a politician. At no point did we ever say that Trump is going to do anything for us or whatever. What we do, I've explained many times. And so you can just listen a little bit more. Maybe begin with questions. Maybe begin with questions next time, Taylor. That's a way that you can learn. You're like, am I confused about this? Do you think that Trump is going to do anything for white people? And then we could share with you our actual opinion and how we can use politics to our benefit, which is not by voting in politicians that will do things for us. Only those one-dimensional takes. Christian Viking says a phrase that we can't repeat about, we'll just say that he supports white people. Thank you for being over there. Let's check out the live chat. Daughter of Eve was the first in. And was she the first in? No, she was the second. And the great Seamus was first on the live chat on Twitter, saying hello over there. Good to see you, my brother. Hails. Daughter of Eve, though, she says, greetings, Jason. Promethean greetings indeed. Indeed. Thank you for saying that. The outreach team has been busy spreading Go Free Lexicon on various Twitter spaces. And she says, Azure Fire 14 and myself have teamed up and gained followers while bringing white well-being to like-minded people. That's epic. Big applause. Well done. Based. Real. Fire. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. That's the OT, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to be a part, investigate. She also says that she likes the Gothic background. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And she also says that a lot of people don't understand that Haiti might be coming to a neighborhood near you. So true. So true. We have mail today. Let me slide it over here. The Thaumatological Mailbag. Thaumatological Mailbag. What did he say? Thaumatological Mailbag. We have one piece of mail today, and it is from the one and only, the leader of the OT, Biospirit of the West. And he is purchasing a book for someone, a go-free book for someone he knows. He's done this many times. Let's make sure that he feels the warmth of the Promethean fire in the hearth of our homes, the great Biospirit of the West. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for stepping up and financially contributing to the knowledge and well-being of our people. Well done, my friend. Well done. We're going to be getting into the Go Free lesson of the day in one moment. Before we get on to that Go Free lesson of the day, I am going to read one announcement, and I'm going to take a look at your comments on the Twitter live chat, and I'm going to see what you're saying. So make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt, or I will sick my armies on you. They are lining up for me now. Here is the announcement for today. Show much love to Reptile. The great Reptile, he and his wife, his family, his whole family are magnificent people, very bright people. I met them in person. They're good-hearted people. They're warm people. If you remember, they had a couple of years back, they had an auto crash. The car rolled. It was totally destroyed. It was another driver's fault. The Eindelen was still intact. Everything else destroyed. The Eindelen was still intact. And he says it was the spirit of Prometheus that brought he and his family through. They were all beat up, and they had a glorious recovery. And as you know, he is a very talented individual, and he makes these beautiful, absolutely beautiful pendants. And he wanted everyone to know that if you would like a beautiful glass pendant like he is able to make in his glass smithery, if you would like that, ladies and gentlemen, he will make you one. How about that? All you have to do is provide the funds for it to be mailed to you. So you get that magnificent talent, and just reach out to him in the chats. Maybe the best place to do that would be in the thread under the videos, once they are posted up there and processed on YouTube, that might be the best place. Reptile with a number 3 for the E, and ask him for one, and you'll have to communicate then for address and everything. But this is what he said. What a wonderful thing. What a real hero. You know, this guy's like, I'll knock it out. I love this community. I'll knock it out. That's the kind of white centering, Westman centering love that triumphs. So God bless you, hero. Big love for Reptile. All right, let me get the Twitter space started. And all right, start your Twitter space. And okay, Twitter space up and running. Colt's shooting driven by Antiwhiteism is the title. You can talk about that if you would like to talk on the Twitter space or something else. We are going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. Now, this is the Go Free dialogic. It is a method, a practice that you use in internal conversation and in conversation with others. There could be arguments. They could also be benign. They could be clement conversations. But it is the means, as proven by science, to defeat our victimization, the means to recapture our countries. And there's nothing else out there that does it. The segment we're going to be covering is identifying meme pathogens, anti-whiteism throughout society. This is very relevant because we're talking about Colt Gray. And how did he get to this point where he personified anti-white terrorism, where he made of himself anathema to the norms of the West, of white people, and then literally with an AR-15 went to war with that weapon against white norms, our mores. He was already at war with it, and he had been for the totality of his life. But eventually he decided to step it up a level with anti-white terrorism and a firearm. So we'll be getting to that in just 1 second. Let me take a little live chat over here on YouTube. And I'll be refreshing to see about any financial gifts. The great ForNull says, no, my guilt. Thank you for having me on, and everyone for the 07s. 07 back. Big salutes to that hero. There's no community like this. There's no community like this anywhere. It's truly an amazing group of people. You don't want to lose this, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to. This would be an awful loss. You don't want to lose this. Well done. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Very good. The more vines and branches means more pathways to the tree of Go Free. Very well written. Thank you for that. Absolutely. Yeah, ForNull and I were just saying we don't want people to get ahead of themselves and decide that, since they've been in the audience, that they can automatically earn themselves the opportunity to be promoted by us for their takes. And it simply cannot be. We've already suffered that before. Too many people come with their own views. They really don't change. And we have shed the vast majority of them. But undoubtedly, there'll always be a few. You know who I'm talking to. If you're out there, it's you that I'm talking about. And we don't want people passing that on. All right. Dennis is with us. Great to see you, brother. I'm here wearing out my voice every Sunday. Every Sunday, I and most Wednesdays. So a lot of people don't realize this. I don't sleep for the next day because there's no way. I can't. There's no time. I can't fall asleep. So I go, don't do this. Don't imitate this. This is a sacrifice. It's not healthy. You don't become more productive. So very often I go 2 nights a week without any sleep doing these streams so that we can try to reach people. So talk about the effects. But I end up with this voice the next day where I'm like Darth Vader All I need is to have, the breathing in the background. To piggyback on ForNull's awesome idea, I'd add links to songs, stores of vetted community members. It's good to spread materials as well as providing income that can be reinvested. Antiwhiteism ends with you writes, yeah, I like that idea, but these will have to be 100% solely white well-being people. No crossovers. No, because a crossover is, we've found over the years, just paying lip service to us. Like they're like, yeah, we agree completely. Can you add? I mean, like our first couple of times that we tried to have like these multi sort of community or community crossover businesses incorporated, and they show up and they're like, oh yeah, I agree with everything. And then we go over to their page where they're selling stuff, and there's a swastika, and you're like, no, you're not on the same page with us at all. So no, the only people we're going to promote are the people who are only white well-being, only using the go free method. No other verbiage, no pushing any religion. You cannot push your religion in our circle, or push not having a religion. So atheism, you can't push any of it. Everybody comes here to do white well-being. That's the only thing we do here. And there's no meeting up here for meetups elsewhere to do something else. Any place that's happening, you're banned from the community. We've had that happen too many times. It's always been bad for white well-being. It's always been bad for this community. So just to set, like there's your benchmark. That's how it's measured. All right. Red Dog is with us. Hyperborean Dream. Bobby Boldly is here. Let's see if we got in. Thank you to every single one of you. I know it seems like a simple thing to click an emoji, a fire, a heart, or whatever it is. Thank you. Seems like a simple thing, but it's a huge thing. We have to celebrate each other for our hard work. Would you kind of Saxony is here. Brother, I have the impression that a lot of folks tend to massively over-adjust when it comes to Russian misinformation. Is it possible they intentionally set up that narrative? Well, could you tag me again and maybe specify a little bit exactly what you're asking? People over-adjust when it comes to Russian misinformation. So you're saying the Putin regime pushing Russian misinformation? Is that what you're saying? Is it possible that they intentionally set up that narrative? Or the they anti-whites in the United States and or Canada who are pretending like these people were taking money from Russia? No, they're really taking money from Russia. That's not illegal. And they would not have been caught, if you will, if it weren't for the fact that they failed to register, which they had to register as a foreign agent to take that money. So it's not illegal. And they have all promoted pro-Russia positions against the rest. I'll say the rest of the West. So it's more than a bit curious and sus. I could anticipate some content creators saying how ridiculous it is because the anti-whites did it 4 years ago, and folks now massively over-adjust and outright dismiss it. Oh, you mean like people saying, oh, it couldn't happen because years back, they were claiming that Trump was in cahoots, colluding with Russia, and so therefore it can't be. Yes, the people could do that. They could make that error. Trump can't do things for us we can do things with Trump, writes the great Slaughtz. Brilliant response to that. Brilliant response to that poor soul. I can't believe you guys. I can't. I really can't. You think Trump likes you? I can't believe it. All right. Yeah, exactly. Setting up the overreaction. Yes. Okay. Would you kind of Saxony? Yeah. I mean, people could end up saying, oh, it can't be true. But it obviously is true. And you see people show up. It's the strangest thing that we're going to get to the Go Free lesson of the day and Colt shooting. A little bit more talk about your thoughts, maybe as well as mine, about Colt Gray's shoot. Well, at least he's not been convicted yet, but he also, we know, like mountains, voluminous information on this 14-year-old, but next to nothing about the 20-year-old that assassinated Donald Trump, but for the grace of God. So it's strange. It's strange. So we'll get to Colt and the Go Free lesson of the day. And we'll keep Recon is here. Great to see you. And maybe your thoughts. Let me go ahead and get into, as we are 8.5 minutes out of the top of the hour, after which we have 30 minutes together. And the Go Free lesson of the day, seeing is believing, anti-whiteism throughout society. So what did young Colt, what kind of environment did he find himself in when he was born into this anti-white world, from cradle to grave, born into this world? And here he is. What does he find that he is enmeshed in? In the following segments, you are introduced to MP, meme pathogen, identification and classification, an ability crucial to going free. You cannot cure yourself of an ailment if you do not identify and classify the ailment. Anti-whiteism is everywhere in Western civilization. Unfortunately, its prevalence can make it difficult for Westmen to identify. Think about how amazing this is. And some of you can speak directly to this. You could maybe give me an amen. Like when you first came here, you thought, well, is there anti-whiteism in my life? Do I see it? And maybe you drew up one example, no examples, 10 examples. But now that you've been going free, you find that you can't open your eyes without coming across anti-whiteism, that indeed it's every single place. You also find that the longer you use the practice of go free on yourself, the more anti-whiteism you can see in the world. Like at some point, it would have been very difficult for you to see that Colt Gray was at war with white people by way of being at war with our norms concerning sexuality and an ideal man-woman relationship. But the longer you go free, the more you can see what's really going on. Anti-whiteism is everywhere in Western civilization, unfortunately. Much like deep-sea fish submerged in the vastness of the ocean are unable to fathom a world beyond the water, Westmen submerged in anti-whiteism can find it difficult to perceive the anti-white narrative as something artificial, fictional, and harmful. What are the 9 words? Can anybody tell me the 9 words? These are very important words to push back against anti-whiteism. I will continue reading. However, as with any skill, with time and practice, you will improve your ability to identify and go free of MPs. And the more MPs you are able to identify, the more adept you become at identifying them. You will soon realize that you are no less submerged in anti-white poison than deep sea fish are submerged in the vastness of the ocean. And I'm going to read this segment because of the ubiquity of anti-whiteism in commercials. And this will stimulate you then to investigate further anti-whiteism, anti-whiteisms, i.e. MPs, i.e. meme pathogens, meme pathogenic concepts in the world around you. We begin with commercials. These snapshots from our environment are loaded with anti-whiteism. At first, they may seem like coincidences, but advertising decisions are never left to chance. The races of the actors, who is paired with whom, who is portrayed in a bad or good light, the music that is used for superiority and inferiority are conscious decisions that increasingly, over the past few decades, prioritize anti-whiteism over profit. So you might have thought that I was going to say there that just increasingly display anti-whiteism. No, anti-whiteism has been in commercials for a very long time. You might say, but Jason, you were looking at commercials back in the 80s and you didn't, or the 70s or the 60s, and you don't quite see the anti-whiteism there. Well, I tell you this, the longer you go free, the more adept you will become, and then you won't be able to not see the anti-whiteism of that decade in the commercials, and therefore see how a concatenated structure was set up between that decade and the subsequent and the subsequent and the subsequent, and how we get to where we are today. But indeed, we say that they put the religion of anti-whiteism, ideology, religion, over top of profit, which is what human beings do. Profit, money, is an abstraction. Religion, worship, ideology is biological. It's hardwired in human beings. Keep in mind that anti-whites will dismiss individual examples of commercials as chance, but they cannot dismiss a holistic assessment of advertising across the West. A toothpaste commercial with a beautiful white woman arm in arm with a non-white man. They're both laughing and smiling euphorically. What message does such imagery convey? If the goal were simply to encourage the viewer to buy toothpaste, any happy couple would do, right? Any happy couple would do. White couple, non-white couple, any happy couple. But for some reason, you see white woman with non-white male. Now, what happens to young Colt Gray, who sees these commercials as a very young man? What does he see? Commercial after commercial. And of course, it's in the TV shows and in the movies and in the video games and in the magazines. And then as a consequence, on the lips and the mouths of all the friends and people around him, the adults, the friends, the strangers, he sees that white women prefer non-white males, that they're happier with non-white males. The non-white males are more athletic. The non-white males are better lovers. The non-white males make a white woman truly happy. That white males are pathetic, or limp, or losers. Is it any wonder then, at least maybe in this case, maybe in others, that young Colt decides that he's not going to even try for any white women? He's not going to allow himself to be attracted to white women because they will see him as a joke. They will see him as half a man. Is there any wonder? If you say to yourself, oh, that couldn't happen, you're demonstrating that you are brain poisoned with anti-whiteism. Because if we were to say the exact same example with non-whites, it would make perfect sense to you. What message does such imagery convey? What is the purpose of the interracial couple? A statistically minuscule percentage of the population. And as you go back in time, a smaller and smaller percentage of the population was specifically, like in this case, white female, non-white male. So economically, there was no sane reason to do that. It was all and is all driven by the desire to biologically white erase Western kind. That's what motivates it. The commercial speaks to white women. It suggests that you are beautiful if you brush your teeth with the product in the commercial. But it also suggests that choosing a non-white man results in picture-perfect love. Let's do one more example. A car commercial compares two car buying experiences. One commercial shows a dumb white couple, ungroomed and badly dressed, buying an overpriced lemon from a sleazy car dealer who will also be white. The other portrays a smart, stylishly dressed, non-white couple making the right choice and buying a fair-priced, superior automobile. What MPs does this scenario convey? Non-white people are smart. They groom themselves, they dress well, and they make intelligent decisions. White couples, by contrast, are out of shape, slobs, who are easily cheated. So think about that example as well for the little white girls. And they see that if they watch these two commercials on a subconscious level, which is reality, entertainment functioning as reality for 95% of our lives in the subconscious mind, the young white girl learns that if she's with the non-white male, she's pretty, she's smart, she's happy, euphoric even. And if she's with a white male, she's ugly, she smells, she's depressed, she's being taken advantage of. The guys in these two different commercials, the non-white guy, maybe he's in great shape. He's not a slob, or at least average shape, fit. But the white guy, if you marry the white guy, you end up with a slob. His shirt's untucked. He's got a beer belly. He's got a waddle under his chin. She's learning, and while she's learning, so is Colt. Colt knows what she thinks about non-white men and white men, I should say males, to be specific, because he is learning the exact same thing. He's learning that white people together, that when white people come together, they're ugly, oafish, backward, wrong, dumb. He learns in his entertainment, not just the commercials, primarily in the entertainment, when he watches the good guys are a multiracial crew, and they go to war against the bad guys who are almost uniformly white, or if they are non-white people present in the mix of the bad guys, they've been pressed into service, or they have this backstory of white people harming them, and that's how they became like this. So young Colt learns to go to war, to be moral. He learns at school that white people can't be proud because that's evil. That if white people are concerned about their well-being, then they will harm non-white people. So he hates himself from the beginning of his life. There could be other things going on, focusing on this at the moment. And then he takes up that challenge to become one of the good ones, to be one of the good white males, albeit pathetic and limp and backward and with no rhythm and can't jump and everything else. And so he goes to war. He won't be the ideal in our community of a male-female relationship. He won't wait to have that sort of a relationship. Instead, he'll make his identity one that is at odds with the biospirit of the West. And then he will defend. And where are the transformers needing defense? In the real world? No, they're invited, welcomed, appeased, placated, celebrated. The biggest organizations. Where are they in need of defense? Fiction. And young Colt, that's where he lives. That's where we all live. 95% of his life. So he's going to go to war for those who are long suffering and wrongly put upon in that fiction, crying in their lonesome hollows in their bathrooms and their closets to hide their tears from their oppressors. He picks up the idea of picking up a rifle. What goes through the mind? The dehumanization of those in the way, of those representing the mores, just like Audrey Hale, one state over, just last year, hiding her manifesto until pages were leaked to the media where she clearly says she wants to kill the little blonde MFers. The conservative movement went all about their way with their cuck leadership to say that it was about transformers or transgenders or whatever they want to be called. It was all about that because she also found herself at odds with the norms of Western civilization as an anti-white. And so she decided she wasn't going to be the way that she was born. She wasn't going to be white if she could. She would change her sex, her gender. And her real venom for the white race came out in those pages, which they censored across numerous platforms. So if you can find them, then maybe I've read them wrong. Maybe where I read, I even showed the, and they did elsewhere, the actual pages. It's just like we were the ones that really pointed to the fact that she was talking about the little blonde. She referred to white people several times. That the people that needed to get it were white. Same thing with Colt. In the world of fiction, which is the real world for 95% of our brains and lived experience, these people are long suffering and wrongly put upon by whom? The white race. If non-whites are wrongly put upon them, it's because they were driven to it by the toxic culture of Western civilization. So Colt saw himself as a righteous crusader when he went up there to kill Western kind, to kill our norms and mores. That's what he saw himself as. If you accept that and that the inspiration is anti-whiteism, we have a chance to put an end to it. I'll take a look at what you all are saying. And have you ever chimed in on, first Les says, get yourself some sleep. It can't happen, man. On Sunday and Wednesday nights, after the streams, this past one was Thursday, I allow myself to rest. I mean, I lie down, but sleep is like not happening. It's like I get too fired up about the challenges, the injustices, the indignities. Hello to Marilyn, I see. Not sure why YouTube is making this so hard to see. 1A of 2. Self-defense is a captured term. All right, I'll look for the other. When you post it. Make sure you tag me again. Russ is here. Hello to you, Russ. Cool Papa J Magic is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Cool Papa J Magic, champion. Anti-White Out is here. We will refresh on the financial gifting platforms. How many of you have either listened in or participated in live space, these spaces, I guess I should just say, on Twitter? And how valuable have you found the content? I'm just curious, because I have. And it's unbelievable how valueless the chatter on the spaces are on Twitter. It's unbelievable. You provide value, though, an interpretation, a description, a formula that works to describe the present, retrodict the past perfectly, and perfectly predict the future, scientifically proven. And people sign in, and they hear it, and they're like, nah, sign out. I would rather listen to some guy half drunk who's hit his head off the dash from 4 different auto accidents opine on what the Rockefellers are doing. Holy shit. Stumbling is here over on Entropy. Taylor Hall did not get back with us over here on Entropy. You know, he's like, whatever. Fuck it. I tried. He writes, sorry for the F word. He tried to save us. Boy, thanks. Thanks, Taylor. Thanks for trying to save us. Stumbling, $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. Roll up. Roll up. Get your white well-being here. Free for all Westmen. Please leave your anti-whiteism at the door. Roll up. Amen. Very cool, brother. He's calling it out on the street corners, ladies and gentlemen. He's calling out. God bless you. I appreciate it. It's real. We're real, folks. We're real. Fire. Oh, we got trad white male. I got to give him a heart in the thread under the live stream over there on Twitter, because he says alpha male kuna, bro. Damn right. Should I do some, maybe just, since so many people tune in? I mean, like, I can tune in to a live space. Are you able to tune into live spaces to do a live space? I guess I could. Maybe we should do that for fun. And then I can rag on the stupidity, and you can see how large the audience is. And I don't see anything new over there. But let me just take a quick look. Anti-whiteism ends with yo. Says 1C of 1C has a specific meaning within the anti-white legal system. Oh, the right of self-defense has a specific meaning in the legal system. Well, if it's something that's won't avail us, then I wouldn't use it in that sphere. But in conversation, it's extremely powerful. I can assure you, I've been using that for decades. And the moment I say to anti-whites, you're trying to take away my right to self-defense. Why are you trying to prevent me from having self-defense, defending myself? They are totally on the defensive. And they're like, no, I don't want to deprive you of anything. And I'm like, that deprives me. If I don't have, and I totally win every time. So have at them. Have at you. All right. We are just refreshing to make sure we didn't miss anybody. So let's see. We have somebody called the Texas one has a Twitter space right now. and that person, I guarantee you it's nonsense, has over 400 people listening. Mario, political leaders live, ex-ban in Brazil. Have you listened to any? He's not a bad guy at all. And sometimes he uses anti-whiteism, so we love that. But these spaces are garbage. I've listened in. It's the most inane discussion. And almost 5,000 listening. I guess I should say listening. Salty Cracker is as banal and lowbrow, unproductive as it can possibly get. He has a space right now with over 3,000. I, hypocrite, think the guy is awesome. Have you listened to the spaces? The guy is awesome. The spaces, and he has 3,500 people listening. So no value being provided. Let me just, should I even? I wonder if it would be worth. I wonder if it would be worth. Yo, like, bro. Yo, bro. Bro. Can you all hear that? Can you all hear that? I, hypocrite. I think you're a cool guy. I think, but I got to jump into the Twitter space because you have thousands, and let's see what kind of value thousands want. He's not British. He's not British. He's not British. You can have an opinion. Oh, yeah. One fucking question is all I had. Right, bro? Oh, he's fucking posting holes and shit. I mean, could you imagine? Can you imagine? Thousands of people listening. He's posting whole shit. It's a live space. All right, I don't know if y'all can hear that, but sorry, I just had to make contact sound. Peter is here. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Something says, would be great to see you guest on Yiz's Discord and Dragon stream sometime. I'd love to. I have in the past. It's a hell of a lot of fun. She's a great content creator, and I like how she keeps like a stern control over the panel. I like that kind of very white of her. It's very white. It's like this will be orderly. Unlike this platform, he's not British. He is not British. He can't have an opinion. That's the value you get. Thousands of people. Could you all hear that playing it? Does anybody ever do that? Is that a thing on Twitter where you open somebody else's space to ridicule their space with your own space or on your own space? No, I, hypocrite is cool though. You know what I was doing though. Peter asking, does Dice still create content? He does, and in fact, he just used anti-whiteism 2 or 3 times, and we love it. That's why he is King Dice. Just checking out your comments over here. Remember to tag me as New White Guild. I might have to go into more of James Brown. Let's check over here. Sing some more James Brown music. Is that what it is? Is that what where we've gotten? They're like, wow, don't talk in front of that no white guy. He could do your accent like right away. Nationless Nationalist is informing us that the stream is strong on Rumble. Thank you. I do appreciate it. The stream is strong. I'd love to know that the stream is strong. That's because I take that beta prostate for the stream. Beta prostate reduces the size of your prostate. Maybe I should start doing commercials and for different products and then let them get all bent out of shape and reach out to me and cease and desist. Don't say that you endorse our product. I strongly endorse beta prostate. I strongly endorse my pillow. What else can I endorse? All right, let's see what's going on Odyssey. Technically, every word is a social construct. As well, yes. But what I'm saying is you can even say that our people is a social construct. Because social constructs are accepted as real things. Anti-whites do it all the time. And so when I've said to them, okay, fine, it's just a construct. The white race, just a construct. Doesn't have to have any biological reality. We say it exists, and we're going to defend it. We want the people who we say are part of it, and you say are part of it, because you know who to discriminate against, that we want well-being for them. And do you have a problem with that? And then they say yes. And then you say, well, you're anti-white. Let us count the ways. Blonde Ambition is here. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well this evening. Every evening, I am magnificent. Janice is here. Hello. Yes, every evening I am magnificent. I fight through the reality of our anti-whiteism, and I try to bring big value to the community. I do bring big value to the community. Just checking over here. Yep, so that one I was watching was, or listening to, I Hypocrites, 4,000 people listening. Shall we try another? Could you all hear that? Tag me as No White Guilt so I can see if you could hear them talking or if you could just hear my responses. How does that song go? I'm especially not gonna be able to sing it now. My voice burnt up after yelling for 4.5 hours. Let's see. Let's see if I can jog me. No, that's not it. Oh, well. AOC. Scrolling backward through the chat. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I've traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. My voice is so burnt up from yelling. Oh, no. Regrets? I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Ah, that's great. Frank Sinatra, ladies and gentlemen. If my voice weren't burnt up, it would sound just only slightly better. Just maybe a tiny bit. Not much, though. Not an actual singer. Okay. 3.5 minutes left to go in our stream. The end is near. I like Sid's version better. Of that song, I never heard it. SN says, can you sing Haymaker? Proud. I'm not sure if I recall that at the moment. Was that Frank Sinatra? I guess that's not Frank Sinatra. I don't think that's Frank Sinatra. Thane says, no, couldn't hear me. Slaughtz says, couldn't hear. Well. Manowar says, more value by far. Well, I was repeating what I was hearing. So you were hearing what I was hearing. Besides, they were doing a lot of cussing. Red Dog says, the fastest 4.5 hours anywhere. Yeah, I don't know what this is. Let's see. Oh, my God. Are these like skinheads? No, that's definitely not Frank Sinatra. I've lived, I've laughed and cried. I had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. Yes, I did cover the cash donations, and we celebrated you, my friend. We celebrated you to the heavens. AOC said, love the impersonations, truly hilarious. This is like the best part of the gathering now. Maybe we should just do this at the end of all the gatherings. I will just be very silly. I will sing and do impersonations. Thank you all for letting me know that you couldn't hear. I guess, yeah, that's going to be an artifact of running it on that machine. I could probably run it on this machine. I would. And you would be able to hear it if I cranked it up. So maybe we could do that. Maybe we could snipe other spaces. Make that part of the entertainment of the work we are doing here in service to white well-being. Another glorious, glorious day in service to white well-being. We have come to the end, though, as old Blue Eyes would intimate. Yes. We have come to the end. First Last is caught up. Winger Production says, do it, man. It's your glorious show. All right, well, maybe we will snipe some Twitter spaces moving forward. Bruh, I'm just trying to ask a fucking question. Bruh. Okay, big thank you to everybody who participated tonight. Big thank you to all those who financially gift, all those who are swashbucklers and spreading. You are truly the elite of Western kind, which apparently is composed of neotenous losers and who excoriate anyone who has an actual plan and is achieving success. So that is the reality. So big salutes to all of you. Big love. Think about this past week. In all honesty, think about this past week. We really rocked it this past week, didn't we? You had No White Guilt Clips by himself do like 1 million views by himself. And I'm going to get my meme is up and running still. So we're going to get that back. We just got to figure out what's going on with Twitter because they're not giving me the data. So on it, although they're making sure to take lots of money from me. So the meme spreading anti-whiteism and anti-white is out there working, reaching millions more. We will add it all up. And so just think about this past week, the massive successes we've had, the contributions by the great ForNull and so many others, these fantastic songs that Slaughtz has made. Did you see that video I played at the beginning? I tweeted it. Did you not? Only not even in the teens retweeted that. We have quite a few people who follow me on Twitter. Why would you not retweet that? That's an epic song made by Slaughtz with tools almost entirely made by ForNull. Yours truly playing a fool air guitar on a baseball bat. The song is really just totally epic, and every white person that cares about white people would like it. How do I have like 9 or 8 retweets or whatever it is on it? We got to jump in. We've got to make this more like those who are big contributors, those people who are constantly doing and giving of themselves and their lives. More of us have got to be that way if we are going to change our trajectory enough that we don't end up in the sanguinary pages of the anti-white narrative where they have us aimed. Let's make sure we do that. Let's make sure this is another magnificent week. We're down to 50 some days, I think, until the election. These are going to be potentially the most fruitful days to reach our brothers and sisters. So you've got to reach out there. You've got to get to them. You've got to retweet the memes that are working, and I'll continue to do my best. We've got to work hard. There won't be another propitious time like this. It's just looking forward in the near, mid, and distal future. There won't be potentially something like this ever again. Opportunity. So we've got to hit it. Make sure you're hitting it hard in all the ways that you can hit it hard, ladies and gentlemen. I love you all. Let's go free.